I don't know what day is it. I don't know what day it is, but I know it's July. It's 2024. Oh, it's the 13th. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna record for a bit. Probably I'll just post it all because it makes sense. Okay? Where does one begin? A lot of theory. No philosophy that hasn't been found. From Oof. Shake my head. Let me see. From sharp pains, muscle spasms, and flinching There's also what seems to be every conscious to unconscious function that we come to let me see, from sharp pains, muscle spasms, and flinching. There's also what seems to be every conscious to unconscious function that we come to. That we come to witness, that we come to know, that we come to know, that we come to witness. I don't know. Perspective, I don't know. Conscious and unconscious function that we come to live with. I have no idea. Sharp pains, the muscle spasms, flinching is also what seems to be every conscious to unconscious function that we come to. That we come to witness and know from our bodies. So I need to write this down and then read it. So I just clip, clip, clip instead of having to roam up and down with when I say it. I'll probably just repeat it at the end. The subject, it says right here subject, because the notebook writes it. Whatever. Physiological equals mental health. I have been running a two and a half year postural correction study with my noble understanding from the start that mental health ties into my physiological, that the mystery of my study has brought more to question about life that I won't be able to answer. Not that I can't, there's just too much that I have encountered while healing my body, from coincidences to natural reactions that one gets throughout the day with their body, that is. From sharp pains, muscle spasms, and flinching, there's also what seems to be every conscious to unconscious function that we come to witness and know from our bodies. From our bodies and mind. Almost spiritual. Well, I wouldn't say almost. I would say pretty much if that's what you believe, then I'm assuming that's what it categorize it into as well. Not downplaying it because I feel a certain way. But if that's what you believe, then it would be 100% spiritual. 1,000. 20,000. It's crazy, to be honest. I need to refrain from exaggerating in other points in my life to emphasize this point. It's not so lot. Almost. And I do overreact because I'm a funny dude with funny perspective. And I see that people want to open you up in a certain way. I come to realize it's kind of just like philosophy. We come to realize that when our friends or when people who, I don't know what elude means, like run around, that people come to elude us in order to receive a certain part from us, in order to give away something that they know they want, in order to call you a hypocrite, in order to make sure they establish certain points, which could be fair enough, like establish certain you could tell a lot by how someone argues, by how safe they play their words before there is even a debate. You you can see how far conservative or how far willing they, to a joke, or let's say they don't really give credit to, like, if it were to be something spiritual, they kind of try to find the best way to give it that isn't spiritual, but it has like its lead offs. If you think about psychology, you have to use other references in order to prove your point, in pretty much any story to prove its point. Arrowhead. You get used to it. Post all of this. Damn, who's gonna watch it though, huh? I'm a firm believer that, you could set up a certain... I'm gonna put it as a reminder. Actually, I've come to know that coding is a difficult sport. I don't take it as a sport, really. I don't even code. But I take it as a difficult thing, because you have to have such a memory, especially if you're going to be, decent. You're supposed to remember where things placed, because there's only a certain way to go about it, And there's different ways to go about it, but you still have your own logical way you have your own logical way of going about things. I would say, naturally, if you think about coding, if I put reminder, because I was thinking, I really kind of want to have, so I don't have to type this all out one day, just have a picture and it writes it down for me, And if I put a star, it'll put into a different section where I have all my stars and the word reminder and the word this, So I should probably invent the legend of it, like the legend, if you're writing a piece of paper of notes or something, you have your top right. Apparently you're supposed to have like a section right there. That's your legend. Like, or if you have an asterisk, that means this. Or if it's a pink highlighter versus a yellow, it means different things, to help somebody read what the fuck and why you found it important, to like categorize it. I don't know if it's like a history to like a historical thing, but I think teachers tell you that to level it with yourself and shit. And so you can have like that buildup of throughout the years, you just kept the same thing, And that's why I want to use it. But I have a legend. I have a few, but they're kind of difficult. They usually come in terms of jokes, in terms of truths. If I were to think, not that I have it. I have a few written down here, but I don't really write jokes because it's kind of difficult in comparison to thinking them and saying them when something occurs. Let me see. July 13th, 2024. Okay. The size. There's different size in life. And that's kind of crazy, to be honest with you. People sigh. Yeah. The art of sighing. The art of shaking your head after saying something. The art of laughing. The art. Of anything, right? Like smiling, looking off into the distance. I feel like all that's beautiful in human nature, to be honest with you. You could really get a lot from it. Physiological equals mental health. I have been running into it. I'll read this shit, to be honest with you. Okay. Oh no, a legend should have been, I should have put what time it was so I could get it. I'll just read at the end so I could just skip through. Give my thoughts and whatnot. So I'm gonna stand. Show you just my midsection, or upper torso, Okay. So my posture's gotten a little better. You know, I can't lie. It gets, you know, since I lay down, since I'm always on my, since I'm always sitting, and it's like leaning against the backboard, I guess, of my bed. Damn, I'm white as hell, boy. Hoo-ah! Hoo-ah! I'm just joking, but hold on. Oh, rest in peace. Oh, there you go. Whatever. Since, hold on. Let me see. All right. I'm not gonna show you much. I'm just gonna show you just a bare minimum. I would say, you know, what I've come to encounter, I keep trying to explain this shit in my head, just in case, that this, you know, this shit kind of leans forward like this, you know? It's kind of like when something or someone touches your back and their hand is cold, or like a rail, or like a, I don't know, you're leaning in school or some shit, and you touch something cold, like your own chair, your shit goes forward, you know what I mean? My left side, I'm assuming because I'm more, I throw with my right or some shit, or my right's just stronger, so I tend to lean more like this. But even though my back right here on the right side is lean more forward, and the one on my left, I guess you can't really tell because you can't feel it. But if you were to feel both, it almost ends a little bit sooner, if that makes sense. I can't really make it. I can't really make it make sense. But listen, it's just listen. Right here, my back. Okay, think about this as my shoulders. All right, my back right here curves like that, and this portion is curved more inwards like this, like kind of like that, or like this. It's like long as hell. Just it goes all the way forward. Okay. I guess I can just show my. I do this basically. So when I lean, I'm assuming I lean like this. It's kind of like I have no weight on this, and I have a bunch of weight leaning forward like this. But I found like a few positions that help you heal or whatever. I look you like the emperor / Roman thing. You know what I mean? Looks pretty cool, in my opinion. Okay. Yeah, I've seen a dream where my shit's like all down, all bad. I was looking at the mirror sideways. Hold on. I don't think it'll make a difference, to be honest with you. And if there's too little charge, it'll stop the camera in order to say there's 20%. There should be a setting for that, to be honest. Let me see. So my shit, let me take this off for perspective. Hold on. My hair's all bad. Gotta save face. Let me see. Okay. My shit was like all like that. To be fair, I don't even know what the problem is. Let me see. Damn, I want to see if you guys can at least see the difference. Yeah, it looks it though, no? A little weak, you know. These tend to strengthen up a bit, but goddamn, do I need to work them out instead? When I was a kid, when I was younger, or like a few years back, whenever I threw a punch, like the left side of my lung, or the right side, or one, because both of them, because my feet, everything, bro. Eventually, your neck tends to hold itself, you know, everything. you'll start feeling like a little squiggly thing just like kind of move like that. And I'm assuming, without proof, because I couldn't take vein photography and like muscle, you know what I mean? Or I don't have anything for like sound to, they check like pregnancies. What I've come to realize, it's the veins, the little veins kind of do open up. I thought I heard knocking. The veins kind of do open up. I don't know if they open up. It's not the best description, but you definitely feel a lot. You definitely feel it. As you heal your body, you'll kind of come to realize that you'll feel it healing. Like you'll know the soft difference between. You'll realize like I'm gonna say like a softening like effect. Like you'll feel like relief almost. You'll feel it in your face. I've had many times where I kind of put focus on my neck, and then it's kind of like you have to realize what I mean though, without it being too descriptive. It's like there's like almost gates within the veins. Like for example, if this muscle's weak, how about this? This muscle's strong, so I tend to go like this. In which, you know what? My body used to kind of look like this, but when I sit straight. But when I sit straight, like you kind of feel it go inside. It used to do that a lot more, And I could kind of feel the tension of holding my posture up, as I just, I don't know, to be honest with you. It's a little weak. It's a little squishy. I don't know. I'm assuming it's because I have to work out. But to be fair, I used to work out a little bit, right? I used to do crunches and shit. Not that much. But to be fair, I didn't do it enough to ever be like, damn, now my obliques are hella hard. So I really don't know. But I'm assuming a lot of the time, for example, right? When you're walking, like I like to walk, but sometimes, my ass cheeks, right? They become mad cold. Like my hips and everything become mad cold. And I used to walk, right? It's just random symptoms. Why? Because they all tie together anyway, so it's not like I'm going off script. When I used to walk and I used to go uphill, because I used to go to like Shabarm Park. It's a national park, I think. It's in Puente Hills. You can't see. This thing right here, like right above my ankle, right? There used to be like a ball. Like I used to think it was cancer. Like to be honest with you, I used to think it was cancer, but not necessarily cancer. Just because I was like, dude, every time I fucking walk, I go about finding that my shit starts flexing, hella hard, hella bad. And then I started fixing my back. How I started fixing my back, I mean, I'll get to that later, to be honest with you. It's pretty clear cut. Naturally, I'll just go about it. I'll go about it later. Actually, I'm pretty much done with the description. I used to just go walk uphill, and I used to have a ball right here. So I used to get filled in with blood. I'm assuming, right? But let's assume, right? Then my back posture leans forward and like this. I was like this in a dream. I was like, God. It doesn't look weird. It was like this, yeah. It looked like this. And this looked normal. Let's assume. But it has to be both. But however, like I was in a dream. I was like, oh my God, this shit's weak as fuck. And to be honest with you, I still believe that. Let me see. Because it kind of leans to one side. I think it leans this way. So I'm like, okay, what if I just kind of like push it back? And you know what a problem is? A lot of us used to think oh fuck, we have back pain or some shit, right? Like we fucking look like this and shit, right? And I'm thinking to myself, yeah. One day I'm sitting in the car. I'm pretty high, but I'm not driving, right? I drove hours later. And I'm saying, I was pretty high. I wasn't that high, I just smoked that shit. And I was like thinking, damn, that's crazy. And it flashed to me. I was like, that's crazy. So yeah. So I've been hiding it, yeah. For my own safety, You don't know? I'd be spooked right now. Thinking on me. Listen. So I went about fixing my body posture, you know, and yeah, a lot of coincidences once you come to realize, a lot of noises, a lot of sounds, like with your ear pops and shit. Not like the buzzing of that shit, to be honest. More like, I feel like, you know, when you get drunk and you lay down on your bed, you feel like this. I feel like you know, I've come to realize that feeling is not only because you're drunk, it's because I'm not entirely sure if it goes with the heart pumping, but it definitely goes with the fact that your body posture, you have to realize this, right? If I flex this, if I do this, my arm is not the one flexing. Even though it is. How about this? My arm is not the only thing flexing, you know. My legs are flexing, my core is flexing, my neck is flexing, probably the top of my head is flexing, you know, the side right here is flexing. Everything flexes in order to like counterbalance it. Because if not, you just be like this, you know what I mean? Yeah. But either way, you still have to carry yourself, or else you just fall, you know. So I was thinking in those terms, you know, and I made big discovery, hey? Big discovery. I made Buddha level discovery. That's crazy. In my honest heart, you know. I actually don't think I want to post this. And I actually don't believe that anything will happen to a person. But I was thinking 2 years straight about it, to be honest with you. Straight up thinking it to myself. It is what it is, you know. Discredits a lot of people. It comes with discovery. I say rediscovery because if it's so innate to our bodies, and you can heal from this certain. Well, my shit was kind of like, you know, like I was saying, it looked like this while you're just standing straight and shit. Not entirely, but I try to say, I don't even know, bro. I can't seem to find it as much as I could back then. But yeah. So I'm assuming I've gotten a little bit stronger in a way of holding myself up, my own posture, you know. Even though I'm not the strongest, you know. I don't look like much. They say. So I'm gonna put my shirt back on but I think I have a few descriptions. For example, right? I was just gonna, my shit kind of go like this because I used to play video games. You kind of sit down and like, just let the comfort. You know, I come to realize that that's not only one of the key things. As soon as you see yourself do this, you're supposed to do this. You do this. You do this. And you kind of find the back of it all. But it isn't like a, do this, do that, you know. Or isn't a, this is, let me feel, fuck. Because we try to, you know what I mean? In order to fix it. Even though that's almost key, you miss it by like shades, but like not even shades. You miss it by a sense of volume. I don't even know how to explain it. It's you miss it because the movement of this is equivalent to the movement of this. Why? Because you're trying to flex them, but you're trying to flex a certain type. You know what? How about this? There's so many different fucking muscles inside your body. It kind of goes like this. It's kind of go like that. You know what I mean? And they like sheath. Like look at my fingers. It's like a bunch of muscles go like this. A bunch of muscles go like that. A bunch of muscles go like this. You know what I mean? So you're gonna have. I don't even know what I'm saying about that. But yes, you find that there's a lot of sheathing in the, you know, in all the muscle groups. So they overlap and they kind of go against each other. But it's kind of like the right moments, you know, because you have mobility and everything. How do I explain? Is this for TikTok? I don't necessarily know, to be honest with you. I just kept it. Oh, dude, I want to look how much charge there is. I used to have a holder right here. I wonder what happened to it. it's right here. Oh, dude. All right, hit this clamp. I'll put it on this motherfucker. Put it down on this motherfucker. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna rise it up in order to do this. I just have to assume it's charging, I guess. Let me see. Oops. A little forward. Let me just go back. Okay. So, coincidences. It's a little much. I don't necessarily go about believing all of them because I have to count it because I'm supposed to be unbiased in a study. But there's so much that I have no clue, to be honest with you. I say tomorrow they'll figure it out and I'll sit there and be like, oh, that's crazy. And I've always known. Listen, it's just one of those things you have to get past. It's just the way you know it works. Let me see. Whatever. There's a few of them, to be honest with you. How to fix your body then. Okay. Not everybody can. Not everybody can. I'm assuming I'm not going to say who and who. We're just going to see them die when they try to fix themselves, okay? Carry on. I'm just joking. It's because, listen. If my left arm was like this, right? And if you pull that motherfucker, my bad. I don't even talk like that. I just joke. Like, if my arm was like flex or whatever the hell, I just stayed like this, and you pull it, right? What you come to see, well, it depends, right? If it's like lost all mobility and it's kind of like paralyzed, I'm assuming, I am unsure whether that would just have to be like limped. If it's paralyzed, it's limped. Or if it's like this, you can't move it and you just can't feel it. It just happens to be like this. Maybe I'm just making fun of people. You know, my bad. Let me just, hold on. So I'm thinking, there's a lot, to be honest. How long is this shit? 34 minutes? I could get into grave detail. All you got to realize is that it summarizes because there's logic to it. So everything I say is the same answer. It's going to be the same answer. It's going to be the same reasoning. It's going to be slightly different positions, but it's still going to be the same from start to finish. How you finish and how you start, it'll be the same type of logic as to how you're going to finish, how you start. And that makes sense, you know, but you have to come to realize it'll be a different muscle group. It'll even feel differently. Sometimes it'll be more of a spasm. You know what I mean? I don't know if spasms should be a healthy thing, but as you run through fixing the muscles, it's like, have you ever seen a horse? A guy was touching a horse and his shit was just like, was just flexing. He was just touching like the butt of it, or like the sideways right here. And it was just like, just slightly touching it. I'm assuming, I don't know necessarily, because that kind of reminds me of when someone touches your back, you should just like, tries to run away from it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, woo! Let's get to talking. All right, so this is how I found it, right? Basically, I was sitting in my car. It was more of a mental theory before it was actual, like, any proof, at least self-proof. I guess not proof, but hold on. I was thinking like this, right? I was sitting down, my shit fucking fucked up, so I'm over here like this, right? My shit's like this, and I'm doing this. I'm fucking flexing my core, bro. You don't flex your core when you're in a position like that. It's kind of just like weak as fuck. It's probably carried by any other muscle than the right ones. And, you know, they become the right ones because you depend on them. But I was just sitting, right? And I come to realize if I move my arm and I felt it. I felt that feeling. I felt that wriggling. I keep mentioning, or I have mentioned. I felt the wriggling. I called it because that's how it felt. I remember this one time, right? I was like this. I was like, I did that in my hand. I was just walking and I felt it like almost to the pattern that I did, or just a very high amount. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck? That shit blew my mind. Yeah, it only happened like once or twice. I never understood why. Because I felt like I was doing like these stupid patterns with my hands. Maybe I come to realize something. Maybe I was just flexing my muscles over here in like muscle groups. I doubt. You know, that was just a coincidence. That was just a coincidence. But I was still confused as to why. I think it's memory based. Like I flexed the touches that I gave myself. So they like kind of synchronized almost in a way. Because if you think about the wriggling, and you'll know what I mean by wriggling, and to be honest, you'll know why, because it's such a soft feeling. It doesn't hurt. It might hurt some people, you know, like some people can't even drink water, like they're allergic, they die pretty soon and shit, fucked up. But you get what I'm saying? Like some people would just naturally have some different thing. I don't know why that one, you know, was fucked up. I can't lie. No, I don't mean to laugh, but damn, why so random? Sorry, I didn't mean. But listen, some people might feel pain because if you think about it, I never had a knee. Oh no, some people will feel pain, and the only pain you'll feel is like, you remember those birthmarks? Not this. This is a burn mark right there, fucking very thin. Burned myself when I was a kid. I have another one on the other side, I think. Hold on. I think I do, I think I don't. I'm pretty fucking dirty, to be honest with you. And listen. You know those birthmarks? Now the ones we Mexicans fucking tend to have. That shit burns. It flinches. Why? I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. But it tends to flinch. As you heal, you realize. And like even cuts, it's not even just that. So I'm assuming they're one and the same. So here's one of them. Damn. It could be the dirt, low key. Because I'm pretty fucking dirty. Hold on. No. You can't see it. Is it this? It's this right the fuck here. Can't make that out. Fuck. You can kind of see it. Because I can see it. You can kind of see it. The difference. Whatever. Or it's just dirt. Who cares? But that just starts to flinch. It'll start. You'll feel little pains on every little scar that you've had as you heal. Down memory lane, I guess. You know? Because if you think about it, there's a few reasons why hitting yourself, like if you're Mexican, like, oh look, give me your arm, look, and you go, bah! And that shit just starts raising up. You know? That feeling, it rises up, because I'm assuming from this point on, you're weak. From this point forward, you're weak. And this point kind of like retracts it, almost kind of like heat in your fucking, like touching iron and it's hot. Oh, fuck, you know? So I'm assuming those two are the same. An assumption, I necessarily don't know. But since, you know, you kind of know, it's good enough. Good enough to run off. It doesn't have to be the same, you know, copious or, you know, different word, whatever. It doesn't have to be the same. However, you know, yeah, that's what I also mean by coincidence. Okay. Spooky, very spooky. Birthmarks. I'd be fooled too. Same as whoever. Whatever. carry on. So yeah, so I was sitting in my car, right? Kind of like this. My posture's a little bit good now, to be honest. But I can't tend to put this, I can't do this. Like this seems, I don't know what's normal amount of weight to put on my top of my shoulders. If I'm supposed to put in the midsection, which kind of is already flexing if you see this fucking thing right here. Oh, I fucking body mark. And this one. This one tends to put the muscle on a little, the weight on it a little bit better because this shit curves. So I'm kind of forced to. But if not, I was sitting down, right? I was like thinking of putting my arm up, and I started feeling the wriggling thing. More of a rather than the wriggle. The wriggle is more like it opens up and it goes like this. I feel more. It sounds stupid, but I just named it that because I fucking words don't even matter, to be honest with you. Just understanding them is everything. Yeah, that was the first feeling I had. I don't know why, because we've all thought about moving our arm, but I've never felt that until like I felt it. So I kind of probably got it on a good one, because you have to really position your body in a way that you could kind of get from what you're looking for. If you're looking to correct your posture, it's kind of like positions that are better than others. For example, sitting isn't a terrible one, but look, when I was a kid, right, there's this one guy. I used to play in it was a internet cafe. It was like a computer place. He used to always, and they have like spinny ass fucking chairs with them. They used to roll. So he used to kind of, I don't know how he did it, but he used to kind of, I can't do it. And to be fair, I have carpet, to be honest with you. Listen, he used to kick his feet back, right? He used to kind of lift this one forward, kick this one back. So you kind of go like this on the legs, right? And he used to stand still and used to go, and I thought that was cool as fuck. So I tried doing it. And I ended up turning. I really never realized why that was until like nowadays, I guess. I figured that out like long ass time ago, to be honest with you. I knew it was because of my posture. I knew it was because the same thing you're not being able to put the right amount of weight between both legs, one pushing forward, one pushing back, or lifting or jumping and doing it, but he wouldn't jump and do it. He just kind of like shift away from his he shift away from his butt to his legs, and almost kind of like a squatting position. You know, if you ever do those lunges, kind of like that, kind of like lunges. So you do lunges, right? But I'm a kid, and I guess I'm just weak as fuck. But then again, I have terrible balance. I just couldn't do it. I've tried very few times in my life, and then this one time I think I was able to do it. It matters. Why? Because it has a bit of kinesiology in it, and I guess anything of the body is important to know, especially how come somebody stumbles, how come somebody has I don't even know what that's called. I mean, is that the same as heart attacks? Is that the same as strokes? I mean, it could be many little different things. It could be many things. How come I can't necessarily dial my eyes, and when I kind of gets to zoom in, and it keeps restarting and shit. I think that's pretty cool. I think that's a funny find. Has my eyesight increased? Well, I never had bad eyesight, so I couldn't tell you from that degree. Except I'm not sure if I can zoom in and really look at something instead of going, Yeah, because there's studies out there, obviously, and they say you move your eyes, it moves your neck. You move your eyes, it moves your neck. So, yeah, that makes sense. Immediately, I was like, yes, I see what they're talking about. I didn't read it, though, sadly. So maybe there's important information in there. But I doubt. because it'd be flat out heal your body. This and this tend to fix themselves. It's not given that way. It's kind of separated between who gets to study what and what. There's a lot of things that specialize within a field. Like if you're looking at optometry or whatever the fuck, if you're looking at sight and lasers, that is very different. That is very different than just natural. You know, I'm assuming eyesight can improve. I'm assuming eyesight can improve. I'm assuming things like diabetes. You have to realize why someone's prone to diabetes, which I have come to realize in every fashion that I probably know more than the professionals. And I say that because it low-key is true. Sadly, you're not supposed to say those types of things because they end up fucking killing you. But, you know, whatever. So yeah, there's a lot of topics. There's a lot of things that are far behind in psychology and physiology and kinesiology and physical therapy. And those are huge as fuck. Like, let me be honest. And they're really far behind. I've excelled exponentially. There's already other theories that are so weird that I can't even involve them without saying something spiritual about them. And it's not mystical. It's not like something spawns in the fucking room. But it definitely is like, what? I wouldn't have assumed that. There's a few theories, but god damn, there's a little bit like like every time my muscle spasms, not very specific, but it's almost hyper specific, and it's almost every time where if I'm just laying down and let's assume my it's kind of like you have to really look at things like it catches traction in your muscles when they come, like when you're sitting normally. There's many things. I get spooked by how much gets tied into it because the body's really important. I'm saying things about diabetes or some shit about that seems like cancer, but I doubt these things are the same. That one just is like a knot, like a heavy fucking knot. Why? Because pressure, you know, if you know how pressure works, there's a reason it all boiled into there. And then as I fixed like my hips and my back, it started, I don't get it. But sometimes when I walk, I end up getting it again. I'm like, dang. But it's never as severe. But to be fair, I walk on straight plane nowadays. Not because of those reasons. I live fucking far away from anything inclined. But it's still, and the funniest thing is when you feel that wriggling or that whatever the fuck, because there's a difference. Not a difference. It's just the difference of how it feels. I'm assuming. Because some could be more muscle and some could be more vein and muscle. But I naturally don't know. But yeah. Because when I was fixing, because this is when I first kind of got the whims of it all. Because I used to go like this. I was like, fuck my shit right there. And then right here, when I just be like, look. That's bad. That's bad posture. That's bad posture. It's supposed to be kind of like. I actually don't know, to be honest. Okay. But I used to just bend forward because I was trying to like fix it. And you could almost feel like little sharp, cold streaks going like all high and shit for no reason. Listen, I'm saying it used to be like on the other leg, but leg over here. I'm using this one. You should just go kind of go. You used to go kind of like this. You could almost feel like almost like a cold line just. So I'm assuming. Oh yes. Oh, sorry. I should explain. The cold feeling that you're gonna get is gonna be the muscles almost reviving themselves. Because I've come to realize the only time you can feel cold, for example, right? I remember this one time. I was sleeping on my front, right? I was sleeping on my front. I'm right here. I wake up randomly, and I can't breathe. And my back is all cold. All fucking cold. it's like paralyzed. And I get to turning around slowly, and I couldn't breathe the whole time. I was like, fuck. I went like 20 seconds without breath. I landed my back on the thing, and the heat of my front heated my back. And you could almost feel a cold transition from cold to heat. Because if it's cold, you can't feel it. Because cold is paralyzed, you know. As simple as that. I know there's a lot more to it, and there's a lot more descriptions. You should really, really dive into what I mean. But the cold necessarily isn't a good thing, but coming from cold to warm, that cold feeling of the muscle is the muscle feeling, probably for the first time. Not my back. I mean, I'm assuming it's because I cut it off of circulation somehow. But other muscles, you'll feel other muscles just kind of naturally be. And that's kind of like the wriggling. That's more like, it's kind of cold rather than the wriggling. You know? So I've come to realize the nervous system is just a format of, you hit right here, it's going to retract. It's going to retract more higher up, and it's kind of stop the flow down here. So yeah, so when you get your needles and they say, yeah, they collapse sometimes, you know, figure it out. Obviously not a good thing because they collapse. How will it work? If it's the same feeling, if it's the same as retracting your hand, because it almost deactivates it. Because there's certain muscles that keep it down and certain muscles that obviously would retract. But if they retract, that means the ones that keep it down, not, to be fair, it obviously deactivated. The other one's flexed. Yeah, but what if there's a deactivation thing too, you know? I'd put money on it, be honest with you. One of those coincidences. So simple in science, I'm surprised professionals have missed it, because we would clearly have to change from a different system. Oh well, you know how those things go. Spectacularly smooth. Whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit like out of my ass too, to be honest with you. But nah, I'm a very smart kid. I've come to realize you're not supposed to lie. You're not supposed to lie. You're not supposed to lie. And disrespect. And there's certain things that I have not said that are almost as direly important as the last. But it doesn't matter, because following the logic, you'll see what I have found. Good enough for me? Because if not, you're just somebody who read something and has something to say about it instead of knowing it. So anybody who talks out of their ass will lose to somebody more logical in this regard. It's kind of good when trying to make change, when trying to upstage someone in a way where, damn, they're a good debater, so how am I supposed to win? Just use logic. Just be fair. Just be honest. It really is a fundamentalism that you'll find a joke in there to shit talk them in when they know they're lying, and there's like a cross where it's not going parallel, even though it seems to head that way, other than, oh, but finances, right? So you can't keep going in one direction because, you know, so many finances can't really lead all the way over there. So you have like a contradiction. If it's kind of like this, damn, that's bad. Kind of like this. How about this? This is the worst from any angle because this way kind of sways into it. But it's kind of like the opposite. I don't even know. Doesn't matter. Does. It does. It always will. What do I think? I think it takes a long fucking time to heal, bro. Goddamn. I'm assuming if you work out while doing it, it helps. I'll just lay down. Sitting, laying down. For 2 years straight. 2.5. So I probably lost whatever muscle I could have naturally developed, even just by walking and shit. You know? Oh yeah, like the itchy feeling. I got that itchy feeling right here. It's kind of like the one I get on my ass when I'm walking. Piece of the movement I gave right here. Why? I'm assuming because I actually don't know. Naturally, I'm assuming the discomfort comes from a few things. I scratch and it gets itchy, you know. I was touching it a bit. I could just be dirty, you know, comezón type shit. And I have no, I don't have, but I just believe that damn, a lot of It's just, it's simple to me and it's simple to explain. But if I give you different explanations, they don't make sense no more because science has not taught you that. You haven't seen it anywhere, or you have. And I find the best type of teaching is when you can realize everything that I'm saying. Like, you touch something hot, it retracts. You fucking hit yourself there, it fucking hurts, and you can't necessarily squeeze anymore, or you can't throw a punch, right? Deactivated, or the other one's too activated, or that's just how muscle and water works and shit. You know, everywhere. You know, if you think about the hips, cold people. Oh my! If you think about old people, you tend to realize they went to the doctors a heck of a lot, and their postures are sincerely the worst. But they've always been the worst. Yeah, but you know, as healing goes, you kind of find that sometimes when you're after the doctors, you kind of raise your arms, you know, because it kind of feels better for you, for the pain that you get on the little stings. So you just raise your arms. You know, after a while you drop them, but you raise them and then you drop them. You raise them and you carry something else down. Because I don't think it just came back all the way, to be honest with you. How could it? If some of them do collapse, do they heal? I mean, you ask these guys, you ask them, they don't tell you. It's like, the ignorance for what? You know, it's kind of conspirational, to be honest with you. I'm spooked as fuck, to be honest with you. I don't necessarily believe them, to be frank. To be honest. I think it's a conspiracy on purpose. No, not that every doctor, but if you really look at them, you kind of reason with them, they kind of look and sound suspicious as hell sometimes. Why? I don't know. Because they don't know. You know what I mean? So I was trying to think of better ways to take out blood to check. Like, I'd rather you just fucking cut me right here and just take whatever fucking falls out. Or maybe we were never supposed to inject and pull out with such force. Because it doesn't seem like much, but you know what I mean. It's not like I have this shit ready available for you to fucking find out or figure out. And I might not even post this shit. So I know for a fact that certain keywords in the internet, government, terrorism, I go, oh shit, now they're watching, right? Because you said something. Whatever. I'm a firm believer of Captain America, the Winter Soldier. That's the second one. That's basically what I just said. It's algorithms tracking who's against them and who's for them, and there's good people and there's bad people, and the price is fucking high and shit like that. I'm a firm believer. Yeah. That's what cements Captain America as my second or even first favorite character in the Marvel universe. You know, women probably choose Scarlett Johansson, and there's logical reasons. You know, I watched that one shit with the fucking floating, I don't even know what the fuck that is, castle of sorts. I don't even know, to be honest. A little base, huge fucking base, trillions of dollars. Boom, it'll hit you because if you ever seen Peggy Carter, no, it's just Carter, I think. Yeah, if you ever seen Carter, it's on Disney. Disney Plus. I don't know. I think it's just called Disney Plus. What's the thing called? I think it's just Disney, to be honest. Yeah, if you ever seen Carter, it talks about the same things almost. And there's like, they have the little girls and fucking, and like, like arrested in those keychains. No, fucking, whatever. But they have them tied to the bed and shit. And that's how they sleep, right there. And then they go to another room, right? And I think it's the same thing. They have them like chained up. and they're staring at the wall because they're learning, and it's like running images, and psh, a word, psh, a word, psh, a word. You know, do I believe that? You have to realize, I've come to realize that it's not necessarily the words that are planted there. It's the people. Well, to be fair, that means they kind of went about it in the same way anyways. For example, right? I'm a firm believer. That's all I can say, to be honest with you. I feel like it's very big in theory. And it's not much like you can prove. Think about a reflex, you know, as fast as like that, you know, you're gonna move. You're gonna, no matter what you do, you're gonna flinch, you're gonna do something. It's as fast as, and plus, who's to say we don't really catch these words subliminally? Fuck it. You know what I mean? Call me crazy. Call me crazy, bro. But there's certain things, listen, there's a lot of controversy behind a lot of things. And you have to kind of realize that when you come to saying some shit like, how do I explain it, right? Because you have to incorporate some shit for some. Listen, you don't, like, your girl's flirting with somebody, you know what I mean, or you're flirting with somebody, you know what I mean, and you're saying you're not. You're not saying, oh yeah, you're so fucking beautiful. Nah, that's not flirting. That's just a compliment. That's different than flirting. There's like a certain play, you know. It's like a certain vibe, you know. And women do not care, and men do not care. Yeah, it's just. A lot of people want to be loyal. But at the end of the day, you have to kind of find who suits you best at a calm pace. You have to really find who's at that calm, same, similar. Because that's kind of like where you're going to be, in the calm. And if you hate the calm, it's going to be shitty. So yeah, I think I'm done with the explanation. But fuck, as soon as I want, because there's a lot more, so it's like every time I think about putting on my shirt, I think about another reason or another thing to keep it off. No. Covering these things. Damn. A lot of it, oh fuck, this is it right here. Like, this is where the spiders be spawning. Just kidding. That's crazy. Let me see. Oh, you know what's also crazy, which isn't kind of like a conspiracy, but I read it, not read it somewhere, it's just like on a random tweet, I think, or somewhere. I was like, oh dang. The camera catches a lot more. It just codes it to give you a good perspective of the size of your own screen. So I'm pretty spooked that you could probably, you know, if you have jurisdiction of sorts, you could obviously see the books that I have. You know, you could probably see, I don't even know, to be honest with you. I'm a firm believer that light, this is white, right? Let's assume it reflects every color, that there's a certain kind of algorithm that can help you jump light from this over here. So if the wall is blue over here, which you couldn't tell, I mean, you could kind of tell. It looks great anyways, but there's a blue wall. Let's see, what's the angle? Right, you would kind of catch, I guess, the back wall right here. You would catch this, you know, and you see, oh, there's a water bottle on my desk. Or, oh, my book's right here. You kind of see it right here. I'm a firm believer because, well, if you look at white, it reflects, you know. If it was black, then I guess you could kind of assume that it absorbs the colors. So you can't, it's like kind of like lead. I guess that makes some sense. You can't see past. Whatever. I don't know. I'm a firm believer that math wouldn't, and it probably is possible. I've never really, I'm just talking on my ass, to be honest with you. But it's kind of good science to get into because it's like, well, what would make something that we can perceive with our own eyes reflective and something else not, you know? Conspiracy, nah, I guess. The conspiracy would be there's a lot more to the camera, and they clearly have used it in many investigations and lots of things, that if it matters or if it didn't matter, because, you know, girls could be like changing, oh, they'd be right here, right there. You see them trying to show their shoulder on TikTok. Unless you're not on that type of TikTok. But they try to show their shoulder and shit, try to be like sexy. And clearly that some fucking dude has their tits. Has them. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. You know, these people are powerful as fuck, don't you think? I've said a lot. Hey? Don't forget. The other day I had a sus-ass dream. You kind of don't realize what you're doing. And for some reason, it always feels like, man, I could have sworn I was real life. But almost so not, because it almost feels like if you ever played Minecraft and you put the POV, it kind of feels like, well, it depends. If you have a far POV, the shit looks like that, and you have it normal, or you have it low. The shit kind of looks like medium right here. So I could kind of sense that it's not a dream, but then again, you know, some sus, and I'm like, dang, that's why I fucked up. That's it. You know, it's not like, I even understood what the fuck was going on, to be honest with you. Sad. It is what it is. Yeah, dreams spook me because, and another one. You fix your body posture. There's a paralyzation curve between waking up in a dream or being able to move with proper muscles. There's a good one. There's a good explanation. I guess I'm not even my shirt off with this one. But, like, as you fix your posture, look at my pinky. For example, right? It curves inward. And this one doesn't. So yeah, pinky curves inward. Oh shit, I guess it curves inward. But to be fair, there's a lot more restriction right here than there is right here. You kind of feel it, but I don't even know how to explain it. Because I know for a fact, this one goes down. Oh, hold on, hold the fingers. Because I can't do the same type of posing because the muscles would naturally catch themselves. Ow. I could do this. I can't do this one. Oh, fuck. You see it if it flinched, I mean. But definitely, look, fuck. And to be fair, okay, try to keep it straight. Oh, I'm trying to curve. You know what? I can't. If you don't see it, you don't see it, alright? It's fine. Okay. Looks weird. It looks like when you go like this and there's like different pages and they're trying to show you in a clip. I don't know why. Listen. Like this one. It does that. It's pinky. To be honest with you, I don't know. This pinky, I'm assuming it's because I punched the wall. But, and then last year you used a huge ball right here. That was back when I was in high school, to be honest with you. Very unproud moment. But, yeah, my shit was fucked up. I was like, my shit was big as fuck. And every so often, bro, I'd go, bing, you wake up again. You start hurting. But, how am I supposed to explain? So when I was in high school, yeah, I would always tell people. There's a very few, but like I would always tell them, dude, my back posture's dead as fuck. Like that shit, like my shit would just go like this. It's not supposed to be like, you know what I mean? It used to be worse, to be honest with you. It used to be like very low and very, very, either goes, or goes, you know, it's stupid, but it used to be that way. And I used to tell a few people, like, man, my posture, like, it feels like I can't breathe, bro. It's like, it feels like it's not breathing properly. I used to tell them that, and man, I'm so, like, I was on it, because I was correct. I don't know if one lung goes for one nostril, but what I do know is Dr. Sebi was saying, drink your pee. I think he's wrong. You know, he might be right with the other plant and cancer or AIDS or HIV or whatever the fuck, right? But I think fundamentally he was wrong on his assumption or his hypothesis or his fact that pee. You know, I'm not gonna downplay him. Fuck it. I really don't know what the study was, to be honest with you. But he used to say some shit about the mucus. That's the important part. And mucus was the center of all disease and blah blah blah. Viruses, maybe not viruses. Viruses outside. But I'm assuming if the virus don't die, then I guess it's because of a few things. I'm a firm believer that the muscles are cold themselves, and so they sit. And the more that you wake up your muscles, you'll feel that cold, but it won't be cold. It'll be, the only reason you can feel cold is because it's warming up. And and a lot of the thing, I'm a firm believer, to be fair, there's a lot. And they go and they sit into so many fucking symptoms. I might as well just call it the symptoms instead of the actual thing, you know? Sure, I'm not sure because I've never really studied, you know? I've never really found myself. I think I've seen enough to know that I've kind of been at the front of whatever they were giving me on the internet randomly, just an article saying, oh, mucus and some shit like that, like Dr. Sebi was. So I'm just going off of blind faith, you know, and I understood. All right, mucus, yeah, you could feel the coldness of it some days, you know what I mean? On a whim, I'm gonna go off and say that. But as you fix your body posture, you start to heat up. Your legs, your feet, my feet don't even smell anymore. They used to smell like cheese, bro, like on God. And they don't smell anymore. Like, I touched it, you know, there's nothing. You know, I'm insane. Or I'm sick, yeah, I guess. But I no longer, to be fair, I've never really smelled. Like, I don't have a strong stench to me. But I might, to be honest with you. I don't. Maybe I do. Whatever. Yeah, in my feet. And then I don't know why, I was scratching them. I was like, let me see. Because because when I was doing this, I was like, okay, in theory, because I started feeling like, how do I explain this? Let's assume you find a good posture position, right? Some days when you're standing or you're doing something, you could almost push. You could feel like a flat, but like downward heat. It's like not a flat, but like it just sits in you. It's kind of like a level. You can feel like the warmth just run down. That's not my proof to it. My proof was somewhere else. But since I've always known that feeling was real, kind of, I guess it could help. Oh yeah, I could sleep better. I have longer dreams. If not, they kind of shut down on me, and I kind of wake up in a few. I would say that's the spiritual portion of it, because I guess dreams, and I could sleep better because my hands aren't as cold, my feet aren't as cold. I'm still healing, so I say healing, but I'm just fixing my posture, which is still healing. When you're on the internet scrolling, and you flinch because someone says some shit and you disagree, you're like, what? And you twist your head or some shit. I'm assuming all these are kind of learned behaviors, because, like this, you do the little cha-cha. You're not trying to, you're trying to bargain with somebody, like, but it's kind of like, but it's kind of like Plato's cave. Like, all these things are like feelings that we get. And if I lick my lips, you end up licking your lips. Sometimes I see the person on the internet, I lick my lips, or I refrain from licking my lips because I kind of see these things. So I kind of try to learn. And sometimes I'm like, I was about to lick my lips, and wow, you see the person on the internet lick the lips, and you're like, whoa, even that? person sends that weird vibey thing. Maybe you could see it like kind of move up and down. I don't even know. I necessarily don't know exactly because I don't study that. I just know naturally that I've licked my lips and the person on the internet's licked their lips, or the person on the internet and then me, So I'm kind of amazed by stuff like that because, if they yawn, I'll probably yawn, shit like that. If they go, what? I'll be like, yeah, what? You know what I mean? Because respect and belief and other things lead you into a certain similar, bodily texture. I don't even know what to say. Spiritual texture. I don't even know what to say. Because how do I go about proving, oh yeah, the person on the internet affects you? Well, no duh, right? But who I would have kind of naturally assumed we send a certain voom, 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 rather than you kind of saw this muscle twitch, and so we both lick our lips on some because of a reflex, you know what I mean? Like yawning. I guess we're doing this shit shirtless. 0117. 0118. Let me see. So yeah, I guess I connected things. Bungled. I think it is. Bungled up. How do I say? So you feel a lot of hip. You feel a lot of butt. You feel a lot of sexual organ. For a fact. I don't say shit like that. Oh, this is dick. Penis. You feel a lot of difference between, oh, this is what I mean. Right. Jesus, might as well connect them both. Right. So there's a certain feeling that when you look, it kind of curves this way. Some days you'll get a natural, it'll feel like it doesn't even feel real. Like you'll be like, whoa, there's like a new muscle. It's like a new feeling that kind of hasn't been built or some shit, or kind of deactivated. You'll feel this and it'll feel awkward. Not every day, but you'll kind of have to be realistic with yourself. Some people won't catch it. Some people will. Because it's almost like a feeling in your arm. It's kind of like a mind thing where you ever walk into a room and it feels like you smell something and like the room just feels a little bit more like POV. You know what I mean? Or the POV of it. The FOV. Oh, whoops. Focal something. I don't know. Yeah. That's big. This is big though, to be honest with you. If you note this one, you'll see that you've made progress, and this sensation will be in other parts of the body. For example, right? I walk and kind of, I fucking trip every so often and shit. I'm not drunk, I'm shit fucking center of balance. And I just have shit center of balance. I don't know. Like my muscle would kind of give out on me. I'll just catch myself and I'll just be looping around. Or another one is when, let's say let's say there's rocks and there's like, it kind of goes up or sideways or whatever. You're stepping on one, but let's say you step and your back's curved. It's almost like you hit a thunk and you go, oh fuck. It kind of hurts you right here. Bink. It kind of goes, bah, bah. And you weren't supposed to. Probably because the weight of your leg flexed a lot in necessity to how much it was about to carry. Almost like a reflex. But the rest of you kind of went with it. Not like you fell back, but you kind of go bink and you're like, oh fuck. How many of us, like, has anyone ever gone up like this and it goes, I don't even know, and you felt like a sharp pain? Any type of sharp pain, I'm gonna assume it's kind of like when I said my arm, well, not my arm, but somebody's arm who's stuck right here and they move it, it'll like, there's a lot of muscles that are like dead. So it'll either retract or it'll stop you from pulling forward. I say that almost in a way where it's kind of like when I'm walking and some muscle jolts. It doesn't even jolt. It's just, It's like, imagine it's not there and you're like, whoa, what the fuck? You're trying to rely on something that didn't exist. The only type of storyline I have towards that is when I was watching, not Attack on Titan, it was Sword Art Online. It was a second season, and they can fly. He's like, oh yeah, but you're supposed to you're supposed to feel the wings on your back go. That's pretty much the only thing. So he was like, what the fuck? Like, what do you mean feel them? You know what I mean? Because obviously it didn't exist, and they have like, you have to think it and it happens. I don't know. So he's building a reflex. I don't know. Maybe in the future he's gonna have a seed that fucking flies because it kind of remembers it wants to. I don't know. You know, but that was like the little thing that kind of reminded me of the, you know, of the theory in general of why my shit, because it'll feel like you've depended on nothing, because why the fuck did I just do that? But why did my body do that, more importantly? Oh yeah, a big one. I think it was a huge one, to be honest with you. when you hear somebody talk, right? And let's just make this, it's no longer PG. When you see this hoe, right? Now, she don't gotta be a hoe, but like, let's assume we understand that. But now she's a woman, right? So we see this woman, right? And I don't even brush it off. But damn, there's gonna be explanations. Look. There's gonna be a woman or a man. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say it in a certain way, and you're gonna be like, dude, it sounds like I don't like it. You know what I mean? There's a certain sound to it. You know, there's many. I don't even know how to explain. Listen. There's gonna be, yeah, because if for example, right, if you hear like a white girl, right, she's rich, and she likes coffee, you know, you could paint it better than I can, because if I explain it like that, I'd rather not lose respect. You get what I'm saying? I'd rather not start high pitching my voice for it, because even though it means nothing, and you'll understand it a lot more in perspective, because it doesn't have to be white, it doesn't have to be someone who drinks coffee. It's just the meme of it, or the scrunchy girls, or I guess Stanley would be the new one, because it follows them in general, but not them, because there's guys too, you know. But it follows the category of annoying, almost, and it follows the category of, we kind of see that you're doing this thing, and you kind of don't care, which is fine, because you're just being yourself. The rest of us get offended. But it's kind of like licking your lips. You know, there's a reflex between not liking you, and there's a reflex between you kind of do it on purpose. But who doesn't go in the mirror and try to make sure they look good, practice their smile? So when you smile, you look whatever the fuck you think you do, right? Maybe you practice to have an ugly smile, which none of us really naturally do. So you kind of find this idea that somebody is almost like faking it. Like, man, I know for a fact that wasn't the right, like, even slightly. Doesn't matter. No. It doesn't make you annoying. What makes you annoying is you kind of miss the cue for the honesty, or you just weren't in it. Because there's certain people who could clap back. Or there's certain people who could add on to a joke, and you try, and it's like, yeah. I don't even know how to explain it. Because it's more simple than that. It's just naturally, bro. You know, you're not charismatic. But how to be charismatic? Because if you don't know, I guess you don't know what you're missing out on. I'm not charismatic in that degree. But I come to know, if you're realistic and you're responsive, there's a sense of trust. There's a sense of respect. There's a sense of, or maybe you don't even look for that. So, to be honest, when you find I don't know, oh my God, I'm not even gonna start. You know what? That's for some other shit, for some other day, for some other reason. When you think about an annoying person, right? And a lot of it has to do with their voice, you know? I don't have the best voice, but I'm always talking. And if I do talk, I say something because I want to mean something. Because I say, oh, low-key, I'm getting hungry. You know, it'll be maybe, you know, not the most important thing to hear, okay, then go eat type shit, right? But it depends, right? Obviously, if you're in a group with people, you know. But if I tell you, oh, I'm hungry, it'll just be to resonate with the reality because I'm not with people. Go eat. Stop recording. Go eat. Why share? You know, that doesn't necessarily make you annoying, but you got to realize there's a certain tempo that maybe somewhere, man, if I find the right joke, I could really understand what you are trying to understand. Because there's a few people who are like, let me find something for him. Because it's like, well, he says that, but it doesn't feel like he understands. For example, right? If I never said a joke like that, in that way, to demonstrate that thing, it feels kind of bland in me because I'm like, fuck, maybe I can't. But it's not maybe I can't. I know I probably would be able to, but it's kind of rare to judge somebody. So a lot of people who are filtering for obvious things and for fair things and just honesty, because a lot of people want to absorb information that's kind of like not biased in a way, but obviously it'll be biased. I'm assuming most things are biased because you're coming from a place. But just because you say something, you're gonna have like a lingering, haha, but since you accepted this. So people tend to not believe the first thing they hear because they don't want to be caught with this, with their pants down, basically, right? And so they tend to hold back. But holding back is like a phenomenon because it's like there's a lot of psychology, there's a lot of timing to it. But psychology is already a bunch of timing, to be honest, because you can't just be charming and you're offbeat. You could be offbeat, and maybe somebody, man, if society's this way and that's charming, then I'm charming another way, and society don't like it. And it is what it is, right? But you're saying, what? But to be honest with you, I don't know. What are you saying? What are you saying? So I'm pretty past. I know I didn't explain much of how to heal, but you have to realize how I started is gonna be the exact same reason. I swear to God, the whole way through. You'll pretend to move a muscle and it probably won't do anything for you. But once you realize that once you pretend to move your muscle, the rest of whatever is going to hold it up is kind of already preemptively doing it. So you have to kind of realize, if my shoulder's downwards, this would be more correct to be this. It makes no sense, to be honest with you. It makes no sense. Because it's not. Let me just sit. I don't believe that. It's kind of like you'll be sitting. How about this, right? Your fucked up posture. You're sitting, right? I'm standing, but you're sitting. You're laying down. You're trying to do this in order to seem like your posture is high. You're doing this. But to be fair, as I did this part right here flexed and kind of felt more sheathy in a wriggling. Man, it's just stupid, but okay. Your posture is sitting. For example, I think naturally my body wants to do this, kind of like this, but since I'm so used to pulling my head is forward. My head is forward and up, you know, because clearly my head is up. Because if on my head, look, if we're playing video games, we'd be kind of head down. But since we do this, we have this thing, and you're supposed to kind of flex this. So the way you flex is by pushing your head down, just like this. And eventually, you'll find it. I say that, but you're not supposed to put force. It'll be an unlocking as smooth as anything. I promise you. I'm gonna keep it up. Hold on. It'll be as smooth as anything you've ever experienced. Because I swear, it'll be smooth as fuck. You'll just be naturally leaning. And it's almost like you'll catch yourself. But it doesn't go all the way. I don't know. You do whatever. Because you're also, a lot of the time, it'll feel different between how differently you do it. For example, if I put my arms, how about this? I'm gonna lay down my arms on my knees. Why does it feel so light when I'm trying to put pressure, drop your arms. All right, so the more you go right here, because you could kind of put the right amount of pressure that your arms have on them. Like if you're leaning forward, because what are you looking for? What are you looking for? A lot of the time you have to realize that your posture is still following that shitty routine of trying to sustain yourself like this. For example, you want to activate these, lower your head. You want to activate these, you have to go kind of like this. But the problem is that they work mutually respective. So if one's already more inclined to do this, doing this isn't gonna really flex it. But it is, because if you work on yourself, you'll feel like these kind of correct themselves as you correct these, and these correct, they're mutually responsive. Well, they just live with each other, I suppose. So the more you flex down is the more your abs are supposed to try to find a natural, try to find the reason that made sense, okay? Try to find the naturalness of the flex, because you're down like this. It's not supposed to be all. Try to find the softest, because it's kind of like it'll unlock between. For example, you head forward, you kind of let yourself go back slowly. Why? It's almost like a reflex. I don't even know. A lot of people can't, but a lot of people can. So I suggest looking for it. And if you look for it good enough, you'll tend to find that you can't lean further this way without this thing flexing. Now I'm feeling that right here. And I'm feeling it right here on my back, just kind of like it ran right here. So you'll kind of find yourself not be able to push further. For example, right? If I curve like this, I swear this is walking forward as if I'm facing you. So I kind of do this. And I swear this is forward because my posture is shit or something, right? So it's kind of like this. Do you think you can move this way as much as you can move this way? And sometimes it'll be that you can move this way further than you can move this way. Why? I don't know. Because this one, well, to be fair, if I had my muscles actually fucked up as much as that, I would be able to find it. Even if I do find a certain location, it'll be so small, I'd probably be able to tell you how I explained it, but it'll be difficult. So you have to reason with why, if your hips are doing this, do you think this would be normal? Like, I don't even know how to explain it, because, and since I could do this, I'm assuming my back posture is still fucked up because it's supposed to kind of stop me from being able to. Does that make sense? Bunch of everything, right? Let me see. So you're saying, so that thing with this, and it'll feel like you're feeling the most awkward feeling. Like I can even feel that a certain type of sheathing, a certain type of thing right here is like activating. I could feel a coldness run through here. I'm not even bullshitting. I can still feel it right here be different, like different. It's not like I'm flexing. There's a certain different feeling. And then this right here just flexed. But since this flex, I'm assuming a lot more just underneath, obviously, because it's already flexing. So why couldn't there just be if I move my arm more further out this way, my body will try to lift it up by doing this when this categorizes it down, but normal human shit. So you could find it. How did I start? I was sitting down. The first time I ever felt it, the first time I had ever felt it, I was sitting down. My shit was probably just leaning forward like I naturally do. Even still, I have to kind of find a certain position. But I was leaning forward, and I had laid my body still. So still, almost, that if I had moved my arm, my fingers would go, you know what I mean? You don't have to understand, but listen. And then I just did this with my mentality. And I realized that doing this unlocks these, like, so doing that, the pretension of it, already unlocks certain muscles. So I forgot where I first felt it, but I know I felt it somewhere, like probably in my back. Some shit that interacted with it. Or probably my arm itself, to be honest with you. Sounds simple. Naturally. I don't think it's anything more than that. Shit. I think it's that incomplete. Like, I think naturally our feet get cold because of that. We stink because of that. We fucking anything, bro. You think it, man. And first, if your body's not healed, because I used to think this, or if you're, fuck. That's more recent then, whatever. But I still had a few years. The few years that I can prove, I guess. That, well, if your body's not fixed, I used to think this very far back. You'd have to fix your body though, because anything else would have to be under, for example, right? If I'm assuming these things are right, which I know they are, I'm not talking out of my ass, and I've only tested it on myself. However, you always hear shit like, oh, a healthy body and a healthy mind, even though they never go about proving, oh yeah, just move like this, do this, and it will. Like, your feet won't stink. You'll sweat. Like, sweating is normal, but shit won't stink, not as much at least. Damn, fuck was I saying? I guess, but it takes that direction too, because there's a lot, because you'll hear shit like bad breath means a bad liver, and I'm like, but the heat kills bacteria. But that's what I was saying about mucus. I guess I never explained. But I guess bacteria could live, because think about it. There's certain bacteria that can live in your body with that amount of heat, instead of other bacteria that die naturally because how warm your body is and how it gets attacked. So it's kind of like whatever. So I'm assuming that bacteria, it could be healthy bacteria, but just way too much. And then again, if it is cold, then any type of bacteria could live on it. And I guess I'm wrong. But either way, I still have to assume both because I've never seen it, to be honest. I'm assuming it's as simple as mucus probably does create disease, but heating up your throat, which was deactivated as fuck, would warm it up, and you would naturally liquidate it, or you'll swallow it, or you'll cough it out, or something. Because I'm not fully there, but I have seen those days where I'm like, oh, you could feel the fucking coldness of that shit. What the fuck? Because you could feel the coldness if you're fixing your posture of any sort, right? It could be your shoulder, it could be, it's different. It's different every day. Not every day, but yeah, every day, sure. It's different, or it's the same, but fucking whatever. You feel it. You feel the coldness of it. And I've come to realize that coldness is actually like the opposite of the coldness, because the only reason it is cold because there's a contrast of heat. How come you don't feel it now? You probably do. It probably comes in forms of sweat. It probably comes in forms of fucking odor, which is pretty much sweat again. And the odor version of that is because a lot of nasty shit sits on it. Kind of like on your teeth, plaque. Maybe not plaque, because I don't know what plaque is. I think plaque is just random bullshit you ate. But let's assume your body has a lot of bullshit in it too. But that's different though. I mean more bacteria, and like, you would assume a virus or whatever gets you sick nowadays. So yeah, I'm a firm believer of herd immunity. But naturally, you can't assume herd immunity will work if a virus out there that is killing people. But viruses have always killed people, And I'm assuming with this, it'll open up a lot of gut health. It'll have, I think naturally, I've stumbled across something that is so simple but yet important that naturally, who wouldn't assume a person in my position that, I don't mean herd immunity, I mean the bacteria and illness and sickness more likely. I don't know about illness because there's mental illness, there's chronic illness, chronic headache. I don't actually believe chronic headache is real. I don't actually believe in lots of different things, It sounds stupid, but from my experience and from not my experience, like I've had it and I've lost it, there's a sense or chronic fucking erection dysfunction and shit like that. I don't actually believe, because low key, my timing has increased tremendously, almost. But every so often you get a flinch and you're like, oh fuck, and that's the feeling of you gave out. You're about and you're out. As dumb as this sounds. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest with you, with my left hand, a lot of people swear it's easier, because if I move my hips, my back posture's so fucked up, I'll probably just get to nutting pretty soon. I'm gonna be honest with you. But if I stroke my shit, then oh my god, my mom's gonna go over the fuck there. She speaks Spanish, but I'm sure she knows English. She just doesn't share why she doesn't share it. But whatever. So yeah. And to be fair, every so often I would smell my foot, not on purpose. I just kind of touch it and be like, okay, but if I'm right, then it shouldn't smell. And it smells like, fuck. And I'm wrong. I guess it just smells. And then, it comes every so month. Like, I don't necessarily do it just because. And then the other, like last month till a few weeks ago, I touched it. And I smell it. I'm like, nothing's there. I'm like, oh, that's insane. It could kind of be in and out. I smelled it a few times after that, a few days after too, and it wasn't there. So, but I haven't smelled it today, so I guess I can't naturally assume it wouldn't smell, It's not like the cat in the box, Schrodinger's cat. So it doesn't smell. Well, that doesn't presume there's not a whole bodily thing behind it that makes it cold, or that is cold. Or naturally I didn't feel that it was cold, because you naturally wouldn't feel your own feet until you start rubbing them, or you this is your foot, you kind of put it a little higher to feel the difference. And to be fair, my shit's a little cold. Yeah. But a righteous amount, I guess, I don't know. Just whatever amount. I believe. No, I'm just listen. This shit. I don't think I'm gonna. I'll post it, yeah, sure, but I feel awkward with the amount of information that I have put out there. Because I do believe odors, chronic diseases, chronic, maybe not all chronic illnesses, because some of them are too. If you hit your head, I can't help you, but my shit probably severed. But I'm assuming I understand something about why it retracted. Oh, I'm a firm believer too. I might as well spill it, right? Because if we go, we go type shit. But I'm saying, I'm a firm believer that people who are in comas, because I've been waking up in dreams and naturally I can move in them a bit more. There's been a few times between the start of healing and the end of healing where I have a dream or two where I wake up but I can't move. And I can't move, and then I think, and then I'm like, fuck. You put a lot of emphasis. It's almost like the feeling, which is so, it's so accurate. It's like the feeling that you want to walk forward, but you walk backwards, and you kind of do this stumbling thing until you catch traction again. You could walk. As weird as that looked, it's kind of like the muscles kind of activating. It's like, think about this. It's like dead. And you have to hit the 50% mark, and then you can start moving. And then you're like, as stupid as it sounds, right? Because I've had, you walk, and then it kind of builds yourself up, and then you're up again. And you're like, I'm laying down, and I stand. Or I stand. And then I go down again, and then I lock into place, and then I think, and I push, and then I get up again. So I'm assuming that's the same feeling why. Because thought about it multiple times. And it looks elementary and it looks simple and it looks stupid when you say, you're walking back, and then you kind of find yourself again, which is weird. It's just what I have encountered. And you run past it, it is the exact same science because of the pushing forward, because who knows where in the body, because mentally you could think about pushing forward. And obviously it's simple because you just fucking let yourself fall if that's what it takes, you know. But you could kind of crunch and, you know, I don't even know what to explain it. I don't even know how to explain it. So I'm assuming people who are in comas, yeah? Well, who study that one? If they're wrong, what happens? Because there's many sciences. They're all wrong. A lot of them. Get the fuck out of here. But these people come from people of family. These people are family. These people set laws. These people portray money. These people give out paperwork. It's like these are not small ideals. And this is why I say a layer of safety and a layer of unsafetyness, because these people have killed for a lot less, to be honest with you. What does one do when confronted an idea of people who have always claimed they'll do it for their family, and then you come across the idea, holy fuck, I'm in their way? No. Okay. Well, let's just get them fired because they're wrong. No, we could just update them. No, they've already took trillions. I think I'd be safer with anybody the fuck else. And they're not part of a conspiracy family who owns who knows how much. You've said too much. You've said too much. Too fucking much. Like that one guy. I forgot. You've said too much. Damn. Is that the quote? The Italian guy. I forgot his name. Something with a C, I think. From Peaky Blinders, though. That. From the show. He's the second villain. Or the third. I think he's the second one. Because the first one's that one guy from the racetracks, and he doesn't get it. The second one, I actually don't know. I've seen this show so many times, I just can't remember. But I know the third one or the fourth one is the other Italian guy. Or French. I think he's Italian. I think all of them were Italian, to be honest with you. The first one. You fucking lives. You know what I mean? That guy. You've said too much. Oh, man. I'm assuming it's him. Yeah. But I'm like, dang. Because think about it. These people come from fucking family and family. This shit is not a world. I understand. Yeah. What does one do when presented with something that maybe they held this science back? Where's the context to understanding these things? Why do I wake up in dreams more? And I see myself with anybody in dreams. It's kind of creepy how I'm already hanging out with like whoever the fuck, right? And I think it's one of those things where I'm so confused. Like, oh shit, famous people too, to be honest with you. Oh, it's because you made it big. Oh, it's because of this, because of that. I don't know. I naturally believe, I'm not saying a second life. Oh my God, and another one? Dude, these things will get me killed. Oh yeah, but might as well say, hey, no respect for the weak then, eh? I'm saying, I walked past this company, right? Not this company, but a factory in La Puente or Azusa Valley. Boom, right there, the corner, Hurley Street. I was walking past it, and you catch something in your mouth because it's, oh, what? Whoops. I thought that was like the plate do you want to record? It was like the button right here. I'm dumb as hell. Oh, it looked like I clicked it. They're gonna cut this version out. Ah, you know what I mean? Nobody worries about that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Whatever, it's fine. I was walking past the street. I was like, viscerally, I don't even know the word, but it was like, so fucking, in the back of my shit, I was like, you know, have you ever smelled, or even, not even smelled, but like, it's almost like minty. It almost sits there, you know. But it's like shampoo, but a very like womanly shampoo, like the fucking smell of it, dude. It gets stuck. It gets stuck, and I was just like trying to get rid of it, but you can't, you know. But so I'm just testing it. I'm not testing it like tasting it, but it just sat there. What do I say when what? So that shit, and then when I walked past there again, it wasn't really there. So could it have not been that? No, it was that. It's just, like I said, does one nostril go for each lung? Probably not. But it's to encounter the fact that I have both kind of unlocked. And I was trying to say, as you heat up your neck and as the mucus heats up, I'm not saying the mucus is in your nostril and it's blocking the way. And since it's always cold, it's necessarily blockading it. But I don't know that. But I would assume, well, your nostril and mucus, I thought that's where it came from. So I'm assuming it's some shit like that. But I'm just going to ignore that because I don't know. And I'm going to say, since I can breathe from both, yeah, and I have come to the realization that fixing your body posture heats up your legs, heats up your hands, heats up your neck, heats up the rest of your body. What's Alzheimer's? You would be blown and think these family fucking bitch made motherfuckers are the one to blame, to be honest with you. And you're white, so you're never gonna really see me as, no, and you're in the military, you do what they fucking say. You are in this fucking cult, you sacrifice babies, you fucking rape, and they all defend you. That's crazy. Their system of, well, a lower family got attacked. Imagine one of theirs. I gotta be fucking dead. And they probably know who not to fuck with. So obviously they don't know you, so they could probably fuck with you. And it goes by like frats too, to be honest with you. I'm a firm believer that every one of them, how could you consider yourself an alpha without a testament to what that theory is in nature? I'm a firm believer that these people don't naturally just say things because they want to say them. And threats do come and go. And I feel like it's one of those things where you say, you claim something. How could you claim? Like, for example, you from the street, you're black. You claim some shit. And you're probably in. And if you're lying, you're dead. You know what I mean? If you're lying, you're dead. So if white people claim some higher status, potent shit, like, it's not necessarily like, how do you claim an alpha? Bitch made? No. That means you have proof. I think this world is more of tricks and of secrets and a lot of testimony and a lot of trials and errors and a lot of filtration systems. This is why I don't believe people and I don't like schools and I don't like all this, because you know what? I'll be honest. These people come from family. And especially in schools, it is notoriously legacy. So, especially the higher ones. So I don't know. Does one go about fighting it just because? I mean, yeah, why not? Do videos like this make it through? Do they really profoundly change things? Do people just snip it, take it? Or even people who have studied the same thing, but how come they don't say the rest of the information? I mean, I'm naturally awed. I'm in natural awe because think about it. Any one of these people would have the thinking and the mentality of, well, I'm not going to defend him. And I'm not going to be on his team, especially saying shit about some families. Like, America's all family, bro. Maybe not all of them fucking matter, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of them are family. And these people are necessarily why you die every time. Does that make sense? I feel like it's a natural fight beyond having to try to survive and having to try to add into into society. I just naturally think it's just one of those things, bro. I've thought this out for a few. Naturally don't want to say them. I kept them to myself in my mind. But man, with the amount of coincidences someone faces, you might just admit, dude, in dreams, so weird. Every so often I find myself trying to tell people. I have to really fight the feeling of trying to tell people here, but I always feel like I made a friend. I think it's the craziest thing. I think it's the craziest thing. And actually, why wouldn't a spiritual place like that be shared upon people if it is all mental? And in this world, I mean, there's a lot of bullshit we don't know. But that's some other shit. Do I believe it all the way? Never had proof, so fuck it. Does it matter? No. So I just run with the idea that maybe there's more. Fuck it. You believe in spiritual things being spawned in by crazy people all the goddamn time. All the goddamn time. All the goddamn time. And you have to pay a parking ticket. You know what I mean? What the fuck? No, I'm just kidding. But you have to admit, like, those things are weird contrasts in society. But I could understand cleaning up everything is like a safe thing, and plus, you know, people might need that parking spot. We're more important than you. Do I think it's dumb? Nah. I think it's one of those things you just kind of have to stand up to, or be paralleled, or just counter in general. Why? To remain safe is some crazy shit out there, man. Just to be safe, bro, you have to have threats over everybody. And I have come to realize, if you study white people, they're not the healthy bunch to assimilate or to really try to sincerely become an American or whatever the fuck. To sincerely have that mentality of, I will not step outside with this information unless I'm safe. You have to have this. You have to have that, and it's exponential now. Now they have cameras everywhere. Now they have they could hear you anywhere. Now this, now that. I mean, holy shit. I mean, a camera like this could grab so much noise from miles away, bro. All you gotta do is mute all that you hear in here, and eventually just hear what the fuck, from what distance, from what noise, what's up. I think it's one of those things that, whatever it is, what it is. I mean, these people are clearly not your friend. I mean, they will kill you. I mean, how many times have somebody really studied something, found something, and they were killed? It's got to be many. And a thing like this, so you're telling me, if I'm correct, right? Obviously, I would have to assume and go over overture and shit, you know, over the waterfall, you know, overdo it. But if I am correct, and healing your body does unlock your nostrils, or does heat up the mucus, and does kill the bacteria, and does stop the odor, and does warm up your head, and does allow you to sleep, and does allow you to unlock certain muscles that were paralyzed, and you come across the fact that a few veins are dead, which you can't necessarily feel, but if they were to be dead, then I wouldn't be able to move. For example, my shit would be like this, because if I had this one, it'd be more like this. But whatever the fuck sensation, whatever that feeling, whatever science that is, that walking backwards is the same as the beginning of walking forwards, because of the mentality that more muscles just pull back. So why am I so weak forward? And if that's the reason I could wake up in dreams and I'm less paralyzed and I could have more dreams and I could live in them, and I live in them for a bit longer, that these things are known to somebody else. Somebody who hasn't said. A whole family, perhaps. Just look at their posture. Look at the rest of ours. It'll correct. We'll see people slowly. I've seen chiropractors and I've seen physical therapists with fucked up postures. Does that make sense? How? Like, that would physically be impossible, because you're the person who knows that shit. So, I'm a healthy person, so that's why they show healthy people ahead of time. Because eventually, when the science does translate, but that's what I was doing. That's what I was teaching. But if it's so taught and so easy, you'd have a simple course in English. You'd have a simple course in your school, in elementary school, in middle school, in high school. It wouldn't have to be longer than a week for you to understand every little thing that I'm saying and to really find it. And if we don't need the class anymore, it's just a week long every so often. But it's important. I mean, teachers, parents, students, humans, you know, outside in, foreign, fucking domestic, local, fucking allies, enemies, anyone would benefit from shit like this. People who work, people who lift shit that are heavy, people who fucking come fast, people who have strokes, people who have heart attacks. These come from a lot of things naturally, but fat people are a scary one, because it's like, can fat even live inside your veins? or does the fat bleed from outside your veins inward? Like, what the fuck? Like, you're assuming, bro. It's like oxygen. It's like air. No, it's like waves. Sound can hit your body and come out the other side still. A little just distorted or less. But you kind of have to You know what's the funniest thing? That science is so pristine. Holy shit, boy. Because if you think about it, it runs through your body and it leaves and you could still hear it. But had you had something that dampens a certain pitch, you would have, I don't know, I think stuff like that's very important to know. It's very casual. It's just hard to conduct, but it's not, you know, you find an airbag, close it up, start yelling into it, have something record the sound of it, tap it lightly or whatever, so you can just hear the, you know, have you ever been like laying down and you could hear more? You know? And if, you know what the funniest thing is? Because it travels like this. So it makes it through, because obviously it spans, but this is all you get because it's heading to you. But if it's your body, it goes out, it goes in, it goes out. Does it matter? No, but I think it's pretty cool. I'm always saying things, but whatever. It is what it is. We die, we die. I think it's that group of family. I think it's that group of religion. I think it's that group of government. I think that group of cults. I think it's a group of rich people. I think it's a group of fucking pretentious rich people. I think it's a group of poor people who are rich, but they're not saying because they want to be able to do evil things and still remain seen by everybody. Because, oh yeah, but he's been there. Oh no, imagine a billionaire and does secret things in some village or some fucking island. I don't know. Like, would you kind of not assume that these things are realistic? I mean, saying these things are very mighty important, but they're so bare minimum. But a person like me has come up with new shit though. So I feel like I'm definitely at a spiral and people want to, famous people. I fucking hate famous people. I hate the mentality of it. I hate the shit they stand for. I hate the cowardice that they have. I hate everything. I hate that they have to fabricate, be liked. I hate that they have to have some sort of aura or entity fucking feeling over you because they try to guess you wrong and they try to be like, but there's never like a civil conversation up there because you never watch Midnight, but you never, because you're not up there, and because I never watched them, so I naturally don't know. Maybe a few of them are respectable, or maybe a few times they have someone who's respectable up there, and I guess it changes their mood. But a lot of them are just, why do you watch them? Why do you watch them? I think a lot of that is naturally disgusting. I think a lot of that is naturally harmful, and I think a lot of that is not normal, to be honest with you. Watching people on the internet, Pornhub and shit like that. I mean, yeah, sure, you watch it every so often. I ain't gonna lie to you, I kind of do. But I would say, I don't even know, to be honest with you. So yeah, so like I was saying with the sides of my shit, they're squishy, but the more you fix yourself, the more you kind of find them be like stiff, I guess, just holding you up and shit. It should be the normal feeling of it all. Hoo-ah! Let me say, I don't know. Do I know? Nah. Do I know? Nah. Am I sure? No. Do I know? Nah. So what does one do? Does someone post a video like this? Or does someone leave it out? I already recorded it, so the right people already know. Whatever the fuck that means. Because you said something about, it's them. The mentality of no, you have to say stuff like, I have to go against them. And, you turned on the flag. No, they're watching you. They're flashing your fucking eyes. I naturally believe, because I have fell asleep, but I'm so like, if you lay down long enough like I do, because I've been laying down for years, hours a day, like any lazy fuck, but you get the muscles and you're about to fall asleep if you don't pick yourself up from there. Why? I don't know. It's kind of like, it kind of feels like paralyzing, like you finally, and kind of feel like you're gonna pass out unless you can, move. And sometimes you're paralyzed and you're like, fuck, how the fuck do you move from this position? Maybe that's the position, maybe that's the position, my friend. That's the position, my friend. I'm saying, because I had fell asleep from a position like that. Not off feeling like I can still wake up. It's more like you just naturally fall asleep. And I woke up, but I was in the dream. I did that thing. For example, I'm facing this way and I'm facing this way. So I did that thing where you just wake up, but you fall down and I was like, holy shit, and I was in a dream. I swear, I've had that feeling a few times. Why? That's the families. I mean, they have knowledge beyond their days. And there's just that group of people. Huh? I think to myself, man, if Michael Jackson had this and he kept swearing that the kids were in the other room, it never did occur. Or did. I sound stupid. Like I'm not a detective or fucking spiritual seance or some shit. But I'm saying, if I had woken up in that dream and I had woken up and this motherfucker was next to them, Michael Jackson was saying some shit that he had him in the other room. Oh no, he never slept with them in the same room. Or he'd be on the floor and then, but if you fell asleep and I woke up like that, you fall asleep, you're up again. It's like that sensation where we're in fucking Doctor Strange where his body feels, oh, and he just kind of crawls out of it. Or his body falls and he just, I wasn't flying and shit, but I was still my physical self in a, I don't know, dream. That spooked me. Yeah. I'm like, that's crazy, because even before I had proof of that, I would think like, I've had dreams where I wake up in my house. I don't know when I woke up in my house. I never had myself, at an instant heartbeat, because I knew you know what I mean? Because I was still awake, and then I had passed out, so I was still conscious enough to carry my consciousness, I suppose. I'm not even bullshitting. You fix your posture, your dreams will be better. I'm assuming I helped with Alzheimer's and shit, so give me my medals. Fuck a medal. Come protect the nigga. Come on. You know damn well. I have to call my people. Come on. I'm bullshitting, but girl, I don't trust the people I'm around. Hey, if they're saying they're my protection, I don't claim. I don't know them. Who do you help if the family how about this, right? I've been thinking, it's the same thing like in Peaky Blinders now, right? It's, you choose a strength of people, and those are your people. But they always will have families, and they'll always uplift them. It's fine, like you'll want to do that to yourself, and it's supposed to be a layer of safety. But if you don't command a sense of that shit, you're fucked. Like, I'm fucked. Who's gonna watch this shit with my shirt off? You know what I mean? I'm asking women to defend me. Get out of here. You know what I mean? They're willing to die? Huh? Oh, why for you? Fuck you. Fuck you then. You get what I'm saying? Nah, they won't say nah. But you never hear them be like, honestly. But you know what? I never heard men really be like that. Because even though they say it, all the leadership die anyways. So I come to realize, as soon as you like somebody, as soon as you love somebody, you're supposed to defend them. As stupid as that sounds. But you have to realize that this shit's gonna turn into a message about how men and women and how they I don't care, right? I am talking about a person of legit thought and philosophy. I have many quotes in my own head and many things that I have found. It's just natural to me. I've always been a smart dude. Do I make it? Probably not. Because if you're saying some shit about taking people out, or fuck it, we have to have a layer of defense that's more sinister in a way of a back and forth, because if you do something, then something will happen to you. America does not stand for that. But they stand for the exact same, just zapping whoever the fuck they want off this earth. I think that's foul, to be honest with you. They have never, for example, if I'm correct, then I'm correct. If there's ironic taps outside, I always hear them in certain moments, but I always hear them every so often, but there's a certain pitch to them. There's a certain, I don't even know. I'm a firm believer that you cannot trust people. I don't believe people should win a land over, no matter how, like in Mexico or in the United States, but the United States is already won over. The type of safety is already there for them. And they will always kill you to keep the goddamn money up. I'm telling you, you didn't even deserve that money, cuz. And then you have us working for you because you were able to afford shit, but you were fucking fundamentally wrong, or you were fucking lying to us. But I've seen your postures, motherfucker. A lot of you guys are fucking ass. But what I've come to realize is the person with good posture, there's a paradigm of, if I could instantly filter somebody out, it could not be the healthy person. Because what I'm saying is, your posture's fucked. So you clearly, I'm not even gonna ask you, bro. So I'm gonna ask this person. So why is this person not like devalued? Because he's gonna come up, write the shit, say he wrote this shit a long time ago. Oh, I just didn't tell anybody or some shit. I'm gonna say this guy's a coward, and we shouldn't trust him at that. But being cowardice and how the information was just there, but he did help certain people, but he had to do other things in life, and dude, why don't you post a video, motherfucker, huh? I'm a firm believer that they wait to see who finds this type of information, slowly crawl after them, start putting them out. Fuck them. What the fuck? Who are these people? And they're always rich, always some Peaky Blinder ass fool that makes it. And fuck it. I mean, who am I to say otherwise? But these folk are not gonna share, and there's so much evil in this world. Who wants that shit there? Huh? I feel like a lot of that shit is whack, bro. I feel like a lot of that shit is not spoken of, and it's so simple, but so much things. And I live in California. Dude, do I gotta go to Utah? Huh? Because even my own kind will hunt me down, because they'll be forced, or fucking forced by somebody who's forced by somebody, and somehow white people, are the fault, but they never take credit. And it's like, it's an insane avenue of like, well, let's see what happens. I guess a motherfucker dies. I guess he does. That's fucked up. It's like, okay, every so often a guy has so much potency that could just be dangerous. But I have never gathered people to love me. And I don't think these people are the type to realize, let's wait for that to happen. And I'm not somebody who'd go out there and fight for your fucking rights, eh? I think it's a cultural thing. I think, so since you're stupid, you just spread it, motherfucker, and that's it, I guess. People start shitting on you and becoming smarter. I mean, hallelujah. It's a way of health. It's a way of, culture. Just swings around. Naturally, I think it's fucked. I feel like I have, if I'm correct, the amount of medication that's incorrect, the amount of, dude, don't forget, that's every other thing. Not all of them. Well, what the fuck? I can't defeat everything, okay? But I'm saying a lot of things. A lot of things. You almost have to be insane to not realize what I mean. Because if I actually did heat up my hands, and actually did heat up my feet, and a lot of odor went away, I mean, everything heated up. I left out my brain on purpose. Why? Because there's a sense of being scared, being like, there's information here, and there's ever-looming bullshit that you're about to use, and that's why people don't accept it. But not in this one, not in this case. This is almost professional. This is S-tier shit right here. You're not gonna get it anywhere else. And that's not even S-tier. S-tier was warming up in general. Because at first I realized if I felt this, and it did feel like it got warmer, and it did feel like my muscles could clench more. At the very beginning of like 2-3 years ago, when I found this, I had already theorized this, anything that took in the example of, you hear shit about livers not working when you have a smelly tongue or smelly feet. But I naturally assume odor would be a thing of heat, because that's what you're fucking told. Or it'll be this, or sweat streaks, or waking up in the middle of the night, or I didn't realize this one. This one broke my mind. Dreams. I didn't realize that one. So as soon as I realized that one, I also kind of realized that I've kind of known that you wake up one day in a dream and you'll be paralyzed, and you think hard enough and you're free, right? So I already knew this type of layer of pretend to move, and you'll feel the muscles kind of flinch, or flex, in order to kind of prepare for the movement of this, So thinking it is not thinking it, it's actually feeling it. So can you ever think it without feeling it? I don't know. That's a beautiful philosophical taste that I have found. And, I weave into other things because it naturally is lived in. Now I can't unsee it type fucking thing. And a lot of people are not, they're gonna see it, you know, fuck it. You'll hear them when they speak. And sometimes you'll be wrong. No, sometimes things sound wrong because you have to emphasize something else before this, because it kind of filters out what can and cannot be. So it's almost like a slot machine. It's almost thin enough for a quarter to make it. But, you know, yeah, I have a few other videos of this, but they're pretty much a similar taste. And I was not saying anything about healing the body because I was scared. So I moved around it. There's been many moments where that would show that I knew something else. It was kind of crazy because I just recorded it to see. Because I was like, yeah, I'll probably say it. Yeah, I probably won't say it. I was going to give myself 10 years and see if anyone else finds it. It's been like 3. Fuck it. You know what I mean? I was going to say, but to be fair, the one that I said was in my head. I mean, well, I was saying that I was going to wait 10 years and then write about it. Right. That was the only one I would reconfirm in my own head. So I naturally just kept it there. Yeah. What happens to these educated people? If they're fundamentally wrong, tomorrow they'll be fundamentally right. And if they're fundamentally right, they have healed you. And if their families heal you, and if their families who get and garner the respect of the people, people will now. But what's so wrong in America nowadays that you have to fix it? People are poor. That is true though. But they have so much money that how could you give them more in a way where they already make a fuck ton? It's because they can't re-administer it in society. Somebody should just be like, boom, I found $1 million on the road. But they'd be like, nah, we gotta smell it, take it from you. You know, 80% of Jews or some shit. So they gotta take it from you. That's fucked up. You gotta take it from me then, huh? Alright. I see how you play. I'm gonna write that down. Well, I'm assuming it's people with power. So, hey, is that racist? Is that xenophobic? You know, every time, there's been some person out there saying some shit about medicine, saying some shit about medical stuff. It seems they get their shit clapped. And to be honest with you, I do not know who are the lawyers of these people, because they're gonna have a flood of people if I'm proven right, which you can't even prove wrong, because I don't talk out of my ass, and sometimes I do. Nothing here is a lie. Everything is a lie. A lot of held back things that I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna let somebody else take that, because a lot of the psychology is trippy, but as long as somebody could find it and not be dissuaded and not have to ask anybody for help because they naturally know that this would equal this, then they're good. And I would respect them. But sometimes a lot of people don't want to say it. No. So it is what it is. I'd rather not invite many of the topics. Many of them. Even though I said the most direly important, there's way other ones that are psychologically help somebody from mind hunter or some shit. Why? I don't know. Naturally, that's some other shit. I'm not trying to help. So I'm gonna say, but wouldn't you just because if they're gonna kill me anyways, wouldn't it be best to say everything, have it all, be like, damn, and he was right the whole way through. And that's just science, and that's history, and that's my name. I think it's beautiful. I've seen every other thing about laying down, but I've also seen about like moving a bit and becoming sore. You'll feel like when you lay down, you'll feel the muscles kind of constrict on you by themselves. Ooh, you feel like you, even though it takes time. Because if I move this, I'll kind of do this, and I'll go like this, and I'll kind of go like this, but you don't feel it. It's almost like this, and you kind of lift your weight. You can't put weight until you put your posture down, kind of put weight on it again. Or if it's forward, you can put weight, but if it's back, it's kind of hard because depending on what, it's still trying to fight forward. So if you fight forward, it pushes down. So that's what I mean by, I've seen many of these things that have, But I'm telling you, it'll be the same thing as this. The feeling of feeling awkward, it won't feel like in the rest of your body. Other than when you're walking. Oh, whoops. You walk straighter because your posture holds itself a lot more. This pee bag, it kind of hurts right now, low key. I think I just have to pee. But there's a sensation that when you touch right here, it's like sensitive. You'll lose that bit by bit. You know what I mean? You'll lose that bit by bit. You lose, I'm assuming, smell bit by bit. You'll lose a lot of things. Hold on. I'm gonna go gym. No, I'm gonna go. Whoops. Bunch of trash in So yeah, did you wash your hands? I only took a piss. It's all good. It's all good. Making my nose itchy now, huh? You fucking witch. Yeah. I think there's a lot of I don't know. I just took it all out. That's it. That's all it is. And this is why people want power. This is why people with power kill. Because think about it. I've come to realize with the mentality of what I have found is that there's always this point in time that changes everything, right? Changes the reflections of lots of things. And there's always people in those positions that were wrong. And if your family was always famous, and if your family was always had power, they were always wrong every compounded reasoning. They were always wrong. They were always wrong every time somebody made a discovery. And you just readapt to it. They readapt to it. Why? Because they would lose it. What they were teaching was false. It was farce. It was ideologically fucking, this is just a fallacy. But they're the ones who held power. You're wrong all the time. Even if they're feeding you wrong on purpose, or they just didn't know, but they had the best type of counter, a drug, or whatever healthy food is. Because healthy food doesn't mean your posture is going to be standing up straight. That's a posture thing. It's not because you slouch straight because you fucking sit down and shit. But with the mentality that we can't heal you, but we can give you drugs because the headache you have, because the cold feet, because the smelly feet you have. Oh, rub this on it now. Or petroleum jelly. Ooh, it's cold right here. Cold right here deactivates it. Don't do that. Are you dumb? Whatever. Listen. Every so often they have power, and they were never supposed to because they were always fundamentally wrong. There's not any difference. There's no difference from this point on to any. There's no difference. They don't deserve it. Here I am saying something so uncallous to your ears because you did not look into it like I did. I didn't research. No, it's fundamentally the obvious. And plus, I've seen Peaky Blinders. You gotta think between the lines, bucko. Listen, it sounds stupid. Modern American poetry, modern British poetry. Combined edition. Hey. European, America. I'm a firm believer, yeah. Even though they're fucked up in their ways and some shit. That the Middle East is not wrong. And they're not fundamentally wrong other than a lot of their fundamentals. I'm not even gonna name them. You think of me what you wish. Oh yeah, I mean, pierce every conversational fucking ball of water, yeah? Just let me poke everything you have. I don't want to, don't care. Just other things like the advertisement forcing you to watch things. well, the type of food, but I'm not worried about that, to be honest. I just understand that the same food feeds the same bacteria, so we're breeding a bacteria that is gonna only be stronger with the shit food that we eat. So if we eat a different food, well, we would get sick because we were not used to it. But so would the bacteria that's used to this food. There's certain foods that are, I'm not sure if you're supposed to switch it up every so often, or just eat a barrage of shit and have every section defend a bigger section. I don't know. But I'm a firm believer that something is there. Some bacteria is obviously so reprogrammed in my own body. I mean, I might really reprogram the bacteria that is healthy in me and kill them when I eat something that it cannot absorb. So that means I can absorb it. But I'm supposed to absorb it, but I cannot. Why? Because I'm not used to it. So you have to eat it fundamentally. But these people are keeping us sick. They're keeping us sick this way, that way. Mine is the only proof that I have. I can't say, oh, I looked at microscopic things. Look, I look at the sun and I look away from the sun. I can see those little floaters and that's how I read it. No, that's pretty funny humor, but I naturally don't. I can't, you know what I mean? Like, the best I could give you is some shit I've seen or heard, some shit like that in that direction. Other than that, the only proof I have is the body one. The body one. That's a big one. Hey, what can I say? They were and then you have to really read why I think things are fundamentally wrong. I've always thought that. Ever since I was in elementary school. I never really, whenever you hear professionals speak, I'm like, nah, I don't think it's that. Were they just, nah, I just don't know. I didn't believe them ever since I was a kid. And I was just, and it's exponential because they don't even know. Prove it then. And then something new happens, and that I've come to realize. I'm gonna restate the same thing because it's fundamentally there, and there's different roots beyond that type of paragraph, which are funny because it's not right here where you explain these. It's almost these. You explain this. Like, this is the conspiracy of people. These are the things that they do, which are so small, like they're really inconceivable because it's like, oh, a guy just died. Car crash. Or he got sick. Or he ate some shit. Or he had a stroke or some shit. These things are normal, but I've come to realize if a heart attack is muscle spasms and a stroke is muscle spasms, all you really need is a little bit of electricity to kill somebody. The right vein. Do you remember when I said, have you seen that video of a horse getting touched like on its back? And that shit still goes and like it's, imagine that shit. Imagine the amount of weight and muscle. Like, you have to really realize that that's a fuck ton of muscle, bro. He probably pulled and torqued about 1,000 fucking pounds between a few seconds that we just saw. Bro, that's the weight of shit right now, man. That's on my head right now, bro. You don't think I'm stressed? Damn. A nigga's stressed. What can I say? I didn't grow up with blacks. But damn, you have to be fucking stupid not to see why I'm saying the word right there. Help me, nigga. I know I'm joking, bro. I know I'm not going to be accepted, but I naturally, oh my God. I was saying in my head every day, day in, day out, right? I'll talk shit about you and I'll uplift it. But it's really hard to uplift it if there's nothing there. You want respect, and I'm not that person, and I can't give it to you right now. But I'm not that person, so I wasn't going on there. But I would think to my head, I'd listen to what they're saying on TikTok. I mute that fucking thing because I was done and I couldn't hear shit I was saying. I just went off in my head. Kept it to myself. To me, that's fine. To me, I made good points. To me, I was right. But since they can't say anything else, they can't add more. But I'd be right after that, But not that I'd be right, but it's closer to a truth. Fuck. But then again, how you feel is how you feel. But I'm not running off that, so I was like, okay, well, not my place there. But and not only that, I have so much things that vouch for you. It's just this is years of saying it. This is not necessarily one compounded, play the same video, just repeat it back and forth, and you'll fucking see what I mean. I wish I was that good of a speaker. I'm a good of a thinker. Oh yeah, dude, I have tricks and I have psychology. I have for days, bro. I don't even know how. I always as a kid I was correct on certain things, and I couldn't move off the information because naturally there's nothing. But naturally I assume spirituality is real. I assume spirits are real. You know, shit is spooky. Sure. For example, whenever you sit and you have a spasm and the house cracks, like what? You'd be spooked too. I mean, it's not nothing. It's me flexing. I naturally believed it was a suction piece. Okay. It's kind of funny because the same exact feeling, yeah. But actually, that's false. Damn. Okay, but let's assume, right? When your muscle flexes, because you're laying down, it kind of flexes more, and like natural, and the house cracks. I would kind of assume it's like when I'm laying down and I'm about to fall asleep, and my muscles go further. Like you hear like a. I don't even know how to explain it, right? The density of whatever the fuck, and like the I'm gonna drag you into the sleep. You feel really dragged, but not even dragged. You feel dragged, but then you're paralyzed. There are a few times where I'm like, oh fuck, I'm still awake. I'm trying to move. I already said that, but yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of things that justify a lot of what black people are saying. Doesn't matter. I mean, they could justify themselves. You know, I believe a lot. But you know, that's me. Naturally, if you say things, gun things, you know, fuck, you know, he does kill himself. I mean, who am I to say that he doesn't have fun while doing it? And maybe if you added somebody cooler in that spot, things wouldn't be in tension. But what do you mean? Because they go off, they go off and do it because maybe they're told not to. They know they can get this person. A lot of them want their get back. That's some other shit, right? So when it's that, I can't really. It's any direction you want it to be. Hey, revenge, forgiveness, fuck it. You know, it's all understandable to somebody, right? I'm not gonna stand in somebody's way. No, it shouldn't be that. Hey, it shouldn't be that way. Whatever. But I'm saying I could vouch for a lot of things. Like, I have a lot of science. One man, a lot of science. Because I've entered realms. I've entered other people's professionalities. I pulled the rug on these motherfuckers, dude. Personally, it is a simple fix, but it's still one of those where it's like, it's that simple, bro. I figured this out on a fucking flash, and I come to realize a lot of these other things because I'm very logical and I run off of theory. So I was correct with a lot of my hypotheses and like theories. Naturally, I don't have Alzheimer's, so I wouldn't know. You know what I mean? But if everything warms up, come on. I was leading to the only thing I didn't say, but then I said it the other description, and then I said the other description I'm saying right now. So, I don't know. Is that important to know? I think it's important to know. Hell yeah. I think it's one of those things. I'm not doing a healing thing. I'm just trying to balance where I'm not falling in it. But, maybe I should have made the video prettier. I guess, but it sucks how valid information don't swim. So I might get a few, but a few. People already look for it, man. Because they already seen everything else that does or doesn't matter. So they end up finding the ones that can be found. And if you were to look for it for the first time, you wouldn't find it. It'd be further down a filtration system that they were able to. Oh yeah, you don't believe, right? I believe when black people said, because black people were the first one to say it, that in schools, schools used to be like a fucking pull you in, find out what you know, fucking bullshit you, take your shit, right? Maybe kill you or not, and say it was mine. A big fucking thing. And then motherfuckers are saying that shit happened back in Egypt, not the whole of Africa. I can't give credit because, we came from kings and gods, and they're not all of you. Fuck, it's fucked up, you know what I mean? I feel like it doesn't really make sense to say like, you all came from them. Nah, fuck out of here. Only kings and queens, but low-key, a lot of people came from them. Oh, hell yeah. If you look at Whitey over here, he probably did too, but like, does it matter? Probably not. But then again, that's off belief of shit. He was rocking shit, jewelry. You're probably a slave, but I digress. I think it's one of those easy, just skip it. Oh my God, don't argue, because there's no way all you guys were kings, because it doesn't work that way. But we could have been related. It also probably didn't fucking matter, Because there's very few of you. The very few that are trying their best to unlock, if whether or not that's like a lottery scratch to say you were at the top of the food chain over there. It's gonna hurt your hearts. Your confidence might go down. You know, I think the only confidence, there is no confidence. The only fabrication of it is assuming that you were in high position and saying we came from that, or you came from that, but saying the quote, we came from that, alerting, you know, to others. I think it's a simple fix of like, you probably just weren't, to be honest, because kings and queens, that's very 1%, that's very 10%, you know, and the rest are just slaves. Workers, whatever, you know, sure, fuck it, I don't know, I don't study it. But if I assume working today is slavery, I probably had it worse back then. But nah, unless you're carrying heavy shit, huh? Day in, day out. You're probably just firemen, you know, so while you're done. Warriors and shit. You don't think they're slaves too? Like, because they quote unquote go out there, show off the proudness. This is where you're proud, because, or else it wouldn't have grown. It wouldn't have became the thing that it did. So, who wouldn't be proud of the warriors? That shit. Fair enough. But you're proud of the very, very rare Ned Stark, eh? The very rare Jon Snow. The very rare, because a lot of them used to rape and shit. Just in general. Your people, my people, white people, Asian people. You know. Yeah. Am I bullshitting? You know, I'm talking about it a bit, to be honest. I do run off like this on other videos. I say some fucked up shit. But a lot of the time I would hold back. Help, you know. I feel like this one guy, right? It's from this movie. It's the Kingsman, but not the Secret Service. It's the Kingsman. The Kingsman. Secret Service, or whatever. It's the precursor one. It's the one that came before. Like in the 40s or some shit. Where the guy, he has an ally suit, or he has an enemy suit. I forgot which one, but he's holding something in his hand and he's presenting it. He's like, wait, you know, I forgot what he says. Like, pretty much don't shoot and shit. He has something, blah, 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 and he got shot by the allies. You know, that's just how I feel. Fuck it. We progress theory and we're off this bitch. That's all. What else can a man say? After that, it's the next guy going. And a lot of the time, I don't even want them to pick up off my smoke and shit. Like, let's say this shit goes boom. Let's say all this shit I really did change. I really did change it. That means them niggas was wrong. Folk, you're not hearing me. Ignorant. When you're there, huh? When you're there, you're up there, you say, finally, we got him. Nobody was ready. It's the saddest thing to see. But I understand. If you were ready, why don't you go to the Middle East, hide underground? I'm just joking. They fucking blow up everybody trying to kill me. It's fucked up. Why the Middle East? Because that's the only persons I was giving credit to. Have you not heard? And I said black people too. Whatever, man. Maybe I take them as black, huh? Fuck out of here. They're mad. Fuck. I get it. It's fucked up though. But, you know, it's like, damn. You know, shit. Maybe I want to help people in Africa. Maybe I do. But a lot of the time, if they find someone, fuck that, gotta. They had plans against us. Ain't nobody say they was gonna reenact them. Ain't nobody said they're gonna put them into fruition. Goddamn. Everybody's gonna have some shit against you. Oh no, we gotta be your allies all the way through. Submissive. Nah, don't worry about this. I got this. Get the fuck out of here. Like, who's gonna trust you? Like, doing all this stupid shit. Now we have so much enemies. And these are proper enemies. Like, these people were probably already doing evil shit, but why'd you point them our way? Then you can think about it. You wanted them, you want the right sliver of a motherfucker in there, bro. You work with them, bruh. Am I joking that these people are families with Epstein? Fuck out of here. You're telling me them niggas really didn't have all that shit and they weren't really looking at it like that? Listen, you're saying something about, I'm just looking at a book. The modern American poetry, modern British poetry. Have Black Widow Forever right here. It's signed by the person who made it, stole, I'm assuming her name is, And if not, Margaret, I think. Cool. I bought that shit in, I forget where, to be honest with you. One of those places, like hand-me-down ass places. Army Salvation, but nah, it was a different one. But basically that. It was what those things are called. Punt? No, not punt. Damn. But you gotta know what I mean. And, yeah. Past that, but if you think about it, it's so simple. So simple. It's so simple that they either held it back. So simple that obviously a few didn't know. So simple. So simple. So simple. Yeah, I don't know. It's so simple that you naturally be like, okay, you're a professional who studied this day in, day out, bro. Please quit your job. But no, they don't want to. Hey, it is what it is. You can't force people to do shit. Come on, this is America. Do whatever the fuck you want. Man. Fuck. These people were wrong. These people were not right. They were wrong. They inconceivably fed us lies, whether they were in on it or not. I don't believe they should hold that power no more. They had a vote. Remember that. And there's a vote everywhere. There's a vote everywhere. If you're black, you say, we want a liquor store here, yes or no. Bada bing, bada boom. You usually say yes. Right? You usually say yes. When you're Mexican, you have a vote of whether or not you want to be considered loyal to your country, which means you'll get power. And if you're not loyal to this place, then I guess anybody comes in. It's just one of those things. It's the dilemma between races sometimes. Obviously, it's deeper in the black community than that. In ours, it's pretty deeper too. But you'll come to realize, such an easy way to realize not to give it to you. It is what it is, right? I mean, they make the majority. When will they vote against it? They'll give it a few, but look how fucking stupid this guy. Come on, man. We voted, hey? And that's what you get. Look, you'll lose it for a fucking few, but that's what you get. But that's what happens when you fuck around, bro. People who are annoyed at the fact that it should not have been him or anybody old. Oh my fucking god. AOC, bro, AOC don't even speak like that, to be honest with you. I don't hear it. I don't hear it. I don't hear it. I'll be honest with you. Do not hear it. Don't know it. Don't care. Don't know it. That's times fucking 50. Bro, but trust me, baby, trust me. You know, the suckiest thing is I have to practice. Oh, a lot of my voice is strange because I would be able to talk more like this. But it kind of strains. Because my body, because my posture. Yeah, a lot of things, bro. A lot of things. It's conceivably. Imagine the day you didn't say it as persuasive as you could have said it if your body posture was healthy. That girl left you. Oh my fucking god. You turned them off. That joke you made didn't hit with the way you said it. There's so many outwardly constructed ideas that someone else can understand it as, that you portrayed it, but you felt, but it didn't matter because you couldn't say it correctly. No one vouched for it because it didn't make sense, because it didn't sound a certain way. A lot of jokes are tone and pitch. You can't just say a joke sounds stupid and have people laugh sometimes. That's how it is. I think naturally, what? I don't know. Naturally, I gotta unfollow everybody I follow. Why? I don't know. Why give them that fame and power? It doesn't make sense to me. Does it make sense to you? It doesn't make sense to anybody. And I'm not gonna keep people there. No. Why? Because tomorrow, I don't know. Right? Maybe I don't want them there because I don't want to get famous. If me, shit, you're gonna find them. Right? Why do I care? I don't. I just naturally don't feel like. I don't feel like. Goddamn. I don't know. How does one go about giving a fuck? I don't care, honestly, but I feel like I should just delete them if I'm gonna be famous. Why? Because nobody being on that motherfucker. Nobody being up there with me. It's fucked up. It's true though. It's I don't know. Pulling dead skin and dirt. Hey. I don't know. I'm not done talking though, so I mean, all these are pretty repetitive, and I feel like you shouldn't be killed by the great families of America just because you make a discovery, and just because the education system would be. And to be fair, there's people who have already found it. I'm sure of it. So simple, I'm sure of it. I'm not sure why it's not given to us if it's so simple to see. If it's so simple and cheap and easy, and actually like society should focus on helping each other if they find something like this. That when they found it, imagine we find a study and that motherfucker died suspiciously. Dope! I took it from that guy. I did not. I was by myself. I don't really study. The little things I study are just the casual things you come to find, like, oh, cold feet, smelly feet, you know, shit like that. Help me, which is a lot. Let's be honest. Because I guess, you know, I knew I had smelly feet. You know, I knew they were cold, but correlation, I thought, oh, you know, at first I used to think when they told us when we get cold, this goes back in order to fix the body. Nowadays, I might be wrong, but I assume, I think I've spoken this on many videos. I've spoken on many of these on many videos. That whoops. That I've been trying to go on TikTok live, but they should have you've been on here for like 3, 4, 5 years. Dude, I've been on that shit for so long. I don't have 1,000 followers because I don't post. What I try to do is, if it allows me to save the video, repost that motherfucker. But I didn't do it. I did it a few times, but nah. I guess it wasn't worth it because I stopped. But I'm a firm believer. Get some cold air in this motherfucker. Yeah. So I went about it. See, get away from recycling bullshit like that. So yeah. I was thinking, right? I have a walk-in closet. It's small. Nice though. To have a computer in here. Play video games. Make it dark. Have a different type of fall. Stream or something. I'm pretty terrible at video games. Like horrible at video games. Like if I played like Minecraft, no, I'm good at Minecraft. I've never beat the Ender Dragon. I think I beat it once. But I never go about playing Minecraft to win the. I just play to be casual. Like find some iron, kill some mobs, create some contraptions, you know, try to see if I could create any other, I guess. That shit's a puzzle piece, huh? Especially if you're doing it by yourself. But I don't know. I'm right though. Should you fear the families, eh? Should you fear the great families? I really don't know. You know, if shit's... There has to be many. But I feel like it's not necessarily... Like, why would a family member trust a family member? You know? Because it could be him being the evil person, and you being the good one. I feel like a lot of the people, you know, a lot of the medical and psychological and psychiatric, a lot of therapy, I think that a lot of them are just fundamentally wrong. I know they're fundamentally wrong. education system. And fundamentally wrong could also just be the sheer fact that if they could share it for free, why don't they? They do on YouTube. Nah. If I told you anxiety lessens the more you fix your body posture, wouldn't you? And since you've never had any proof of anxiety other than physical, it's not mental, it's mostly physical. Because when do people get antsy feeling and shit? That's the muscles. You can't say it wasn't, you can't say it wasn't the muscles on that occasion. But which one? What other ones? Sweat, muscle. I say muscle, but I'm just gonna say body or physiology or fucking some shit like that. All physical that you could prove. The only thing you could prove is the physical portion. What about the mental breakdowns and stuff? When you come to fixing or healing your body or whatever the fuck you want to call it, you come to realize that there's certain there's going to be certain types of things you come to realize or come to lose, like the antsy feeling, you get it less, or when you get it, it's less. Another one is my neck hurts right here, makes you want to say some shit like this, because I'm a firm believer that we kind of learned how to try to fix the pain, and then we kind of learn how to talk with it. So we learn timing. It's almost like somebody knew that we would explain in a certain way, and they don't accept us unless we explain in a certain way. I mean, a lot of people are adjacent to that. Maybe I'm wrong with what I mean by adjacent, but parallel, like going in the same direction. Adjacent goes like this, which kind of is adjacent because it's not necessarily what you would mean. I think it's parallel because that sounds so right, and if you know where to put those two ideas together, you come up with the answer. I already said it, but if I explain it further, I feel like, whatever. Professionals, how do you miss something like that? You're a doctor. It'd be the most basic form of healing. Nurses as well, I guess. Physical therapists who have your head and you're kind of like swinging your body and shit to put down the pressure. I have a better idea. People who are in comas and dead and paralyzed, I have a better idea. People who are ventilators, I have a better idea. But the great families, oh yes, I haven't had permission. Haven't had my paperwork done, Had I gone out there without telling them that something's different and allowing them to, for the thousands of them, to give them the correct answer. So when I come out, when I say, oh wow, I was already discovered, I was already fed into the people. Pretty recently though, right? Yeah, I had a feeling that would happen. Even before I said it. Like, they would know. They would change as soon as I figured out. Because these fucking lizards do anything to fucking figure it out. So, I don't know. Who wouldn't be mad? The great families have always killed for their power. The great families who have always held their power have always fundamentally been wrong throughout society. And there's always this sense of science that's more killmonger, that's more fear-mongering than you'd ever come to explain. A person smart like me would come to realize it. I'm being a dickhead, like, hey, I'm gonna repeat it. Only smart people would come to realize what science changes. Science doesn't just change, There's always pushback. There's always you need proof. There's always hypotheticals. There's always who else kind of says something similar. Maybe that's what they were saying. There's almost this and that. I feel like one of them already have it, obviously, so they don't give themselves the credit. But smart timing, right? Like, be right, just don't give it to people. And then you'll always win. History will always give it to you, because technically they did find it first, but somebody else popularized it. You know, almost like Buddha or some shit, or some Indian god or whatever, like Jesus Christ or something. Muhammad or whatever. I don't know. I think naturally that the great families, you're not supposed to poke them. They stood in my way. They stood in my way. It's not my fault. Oh, shit. Yeah, so every time, like I was saying, every time there's a new discovery or something and it swims around the scientific, I would come to assume that every time it seems more or less discovered and money making, that these people killed for it and threatened the rest. I think that's crazy. I think you'll come to find that you'll see throughout history, this explodes and this explodes and this explodes, but the way they go about it is saying, oh, I don't know, your vein, yeah, the one we kind of say gives up, we know, we don't know. So I think it kind of hides behind a layer of they've always said something similar, so they kind of read it, but they kind of never really realized it for themselves, which will be the answer, to be honest. But whatever. I think these people are frauds. I think they're liars. I think they're manipulators. I think that the only thing they're really good for is keeping themselves safe. I think that's foul. I think that's foul. The only real thing they're good at is keeping themselves safe. And then they get to party and they get to do whatever type of fucking cruel crime, or they know things and they don't fucking say them, because who knows, maybe there's a bigger family out there. I'm like, who's the biggest? And he's probably the piece of shit, huh? Because how come he hasn't stopped shit then? Oh, because whenever somebody speaks, oh, wow, we're about to go to World War III. Oh, wow, they're going to look for people who are clearly leaders. They should put them down, because, of course, they'd be able to get the people who are about to fucking die by the mass millions to team up instead of killing themselves for their fucking power and fame. Oh, no, maybe, right? Maybe they do look for, maybe they're saying, who's the good leader? Who's the leadership? And they're slowly taking them the fuck out. I'm a firm believer of that. Hell yeah. Wait, what are they? Times like these, people speak up the most. A lot of wise don't speak. Yeah. I don't think you can do anything to save somebody. Yeah, I'm a firm believer that they want you dead, you're gone. Dude. I'm a firm believer that it's not even bullets. This next warfare should have never been bullets. So why was it, eh? It's a bit of philosophy for you. Since they have termites that can give you cancer, rats that have fleas that can give you viruses. If that's the warfare that they can't have, why make it bullets? Because the other one's unethical. Because it can't be controlled. Because who knows how far it'll start to spread. And plus, that's cruelty, huh? True, but you also got to admit that if they could kill somebody like that, the only reason they don't, well, it doesn't matter if they do or don't. Matters, well, it does matter. Obviously, but I'm saying more of a, what do I make sense that shit with? That they could use it for their special ops, their special kills and their special reasons. And oh no, but this guy, the only way to get to him was to practice this, and we got him. Zombies. It was like Black Ops 2 music. Because it was Black Ops 2 music. So yeah, I'm a firm believer that I don't know. It's fucked up how, all black people have to really do nowadays is, wow, this artwork create an outside account, because people outside the country would help you. You know what I mean? And fuck it. How do they make the money? Go suck a dick. You know what I mean? Like, IRS gets to look around the world to see who's doing illegal things. They're gonna just snip off the occasional dude that they're not working with, and obviously keep the legal shit to themselves. I mean, I feel like it's more fundamentally who gets to control the money, but I feel like it's what happens when you control it. Because if you control it, you could definitely choose your allies, your enemies, at what times. What do you say? Well, we kind of have to, you know, because it's obvious that you signed a contract, right? And if you say too much, you know, now you told people, like, it's not even, it's like, now people put sus on you, and like, we're supposed to go off what they sus out, and obviously what people know is how they're gonna play it to. Like, nah, I didn't know. The fuck? Okay, I'll take away his money. I'll take it away now. I'll take it away now. I didn't know. Somebody, I don't know. Somebody, I don't know. You know, I feel like it's funny to have a world blah 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 when we understand that we've never even conquered the evils and the little IRS things, like you're fundamentally not paying taxes. That's cruel. But to be fair, they do pay taxes. When they purchase something, they have to purchase it in full. So if you sold them a stapler, how about this? They pay taxes because you sold it to them. Unless it doesn't work that way, because they do mass. They buy by mass. So if they buy by obviously one-off persons, I think it's stupid. I think fundamentally we're just not allowed to make money while they are making money. I think it's one of the worst things that could happen, because they obviously have a good team out there fucking doing whatever the fuck they want. But no, trust me, whatever the fuck they want is not just buying cars, bro. It's islands and fucking, you know, I'm not even gonna say you understand or you just do not understand at this point. Like, how are you alive in this society? Not understanding shit. You know, women spook me out, because it's like men do too, but like I wouldn't care if a man died, to be honest with you, or got killed or tortured. You know, that's just fucking, you know what I mean? Oh no, you know, it's just, of course, no. Who wouldn't care? I wouldn't care if somebody else, then I fucking care if me, type shit. But I'm a firm believer that I do not know. Yeah, because if you think about it, damn, that's crazy. Day in, day out. Nah, she's in there, huh? In a box. In a brothel. Oy. It's so easy to fix. You give it to the people. Not this government. Not this power. Not the people in power. They're more for themselves. And a lot of power can't even be spread, because you'll lose it. As soon as I give you that funding, shit, you ain't gonna put it in. It's always their funding that always not indicative to sustaining yourself. It's almost like a help yourself, but make sure you do it with this. And then they help themselves by making a big fucking business and big fucking things. So that's how they defend themselves. And then when they give to you and you have to buy shit to survive, because you're already delayed. And to be fair, opening up business isn't hard. You just tell people, move in this direction. You'll be the moderator. You'll be the moderator. A lot of workers, but a lot of people don't want to do that. You're already poor. You want to get paid, bro? None of you was working. Do it for free for a while. I think fundamentally teams are not loyal, and they lose. If you had nothing, you can't pay nothing, but you could grow exponentially. But we'll make sure you're fed in your house, because this is Africa. We're talking about they don't even make money. You know, we'll sheathe you some clothes and shit, but then you depend on them, and then they will never want to lose it, because they ran good, and they ran good with me, and it doesn't work with me if you do it another way. Well, why you? Maybe I'm talking out of my ass. Yeah, I think it's foul. I think it's one of those things. I think it's just life. I think it's How think it's felt? Because black people say that they're only given funding, yeah, but a lot of the funding is almost needed. Because you could open up a connection, just start buying more from them, you know? You see someone sell a rug, okay, buy it. What the fuck? Yeah, but then they give away the culture, and then, oh, come on, I sold it to you. You weren't supposed to you weren't supposed to steal a style and just fucking. But I doubt they care, because at this point, it's already been happened, so anything new, it might come from them, and shit, I guess you could rock it. You know, it's like they'll refeed you some shit that they made was cool, but that you didn't make, but that had yours on it. And now you'll feel confused as to whether or not you should accept it. Oh, this is our style. Like, well, we made it, but damn. Influenced by. I guess you can't get mad. It's foul. How do you work as a team in a way where you're already poor, you're not paying taxes, you're not doing this, you're not. You should just have them working. But the problem is, no one wants to buy food from places. Like, there's already mass production of these things. And plus, they have robots now. Now with humans, it's going to get more expensive, but you're going to get paid so little. So what should people do? That's true. I don't know. What should people do? What are bandages made out of? Like, wouldn't people need a trust naturally? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. 3 hours in. Sheesh. I'm just joking. Damn. There's like a podcast. I might as well just recorded that shit. Fuck. Yeah, I have a few fundamentals in here. I'll make it more known. I realized I didn't really explain. I just started off by putting my head down, especially if I had gamer neck. Because gamer neck is basically doing this. You're sitting up, you're doing this. This is what you're doing. This is what you're doing. You know, it feels so normal, it doesn't even catch myself. It's supposed to be more like this, or more like this, where the idea, oh, look, yeah, I heard that. Where the idea is more. Maybe I haven't built the muscle. So, as you want to push your head back, I found a good posture to do it though, because I built a lot. Because I could feel this, I could feel like a lot of tension. A lot of people don't have that yet. I've been working on mine for years now, so I wouldn't suspect them to be yours and mine close together, unless you're already not that far off. Your body's probably not the same. It's the same. So yeah, I don't think I lied one bit. You know, I don't think I lied one bit. A lot of it's just hypothetical. A lot of it's just story of what I think. But when it comes to saying what I said, I think I know. I'm not lying. I've personally probably experienced it. Unless I'm saying, oh, I heard it from a tweet. Obviously, that's different. But I resonated with it. Like this one time, I was in high school, and somebody said, oh, the posture is, no, the teeth is indicative to the health of your rest of your body. And I was like, you know, I could understand because it's connected to your neck and stuff. Like, so, you know, naturally, I just believe that, oh, okay, well, if I shrug my shoulder like this, it feels like I'm, you know, questioning something or having an itch I have to really hit because a few of you probably licked your lips too for some reason. And yeah, you know, I've almost mastered the art. No, I've never tried it, but I've almost tried to master the art of pretending to lick my lips, like having the sway of it and having somebody lick it because I thought of licking my stupid. What if it works that way? What if it does? You know, you'd be spooked as to how easy we believe things anyways. Outside of that one's more physically proven if you lick your lips and the other person doesn't. Outside of just being conscious, like it's a flinch to a flinch, flex to a flex. I think I'm done. Let me continue. Your posture's gonna be like this. Maybe like this. So your stomach's more curved like this. Your stomach's curved like this. You know, I'm trying to always be like and what you're assuming, right? What you're assuming is when your posture's kind of like this, that your back has to carry itself, you'd be right. You'd be right. But there's a certain way about it. Like I said, you're putting your head posture down as your back curves because you're trying to, okay, you're not trying to be like this. That made no sense. You're not trying to be like this. I don't even know. But if you're gonna lean forward all the way. If anything, don't lean forward. Flex. Find why you can't even flex. Because think about it. When I first realized it, I realized it in a few ways. I realized it by not moving my muscle and moving it. I had fun. Ooh, even right now, my muscle went. I don't even know. There's been a lot of different feelings that you felt throughout the years. There's certain smells that come back to you. Almost like that black toppy smell from when you're a kid. That could be schizophrenia. Sure. But if you understand how dogs smell, they have a memory, so they pull with a certain inclination, just like ears, that you could hear. If a lot of things were going on, you could kind of single out something if you're really paying attention to it. That it's this and this are the same type of sense, just differently, obviously. And you smell with a certain pull, you'd be able to smell things that are naturally in the air, but you kind of need a bit of practice. I'm a firm believer that I'm kind of surprised that when we're walking outside in Los Angeles or something, or anywhere where there's houses, or just homes or people in general, or just factories, that you don't smell anything because there's a lot of laundry detergent in the air. There's a lot of probably dead animals everywhere, but you kind of don't smell it. It either mixes in or we've noted to take them out, but it should be there, you know? And that's what I was saying about like the company and how they were producing some shit and they had smog or smoke. It was white, but so I declared it water in my own head until I realized walking next to it had a very weird taste. But it never happened after that. I mean, I wouldn't walk there by much. And you and I would understand that a certain smell, like for example, what you're gonna come through when you're fixing your body. A lot of the time I lay on my right, I just kind of push back on my head and I kind of bring it forward by the little that I can, or by the normalcy of it, because some people will be way far back, some people will be closer. You have to realize you'll realize what muscles can move this way instead of forcing it. And there's like a strain right here. You're not supposed to have that, unless you are, but you're supposed to kind of have catch it on the balance of it all, not rather use the fake muscles to kind of, I'm lifting myself up finally. But that's because you're doing this. But if you were to be like this, it'd pull you back. You wouldn't be right here with your front side's curving like this, or like this, because or it's curving like this, or you have to hold it straight, and you're holding it straight. If you hold it straight for a while here, you'll realize certain other muscles. That's a good one. Just move right here, move in whatever position. You'll realize if your legs are kind of lifting up, that you're gonna do something in order to enable them to keep lifting up. And you're gonna have to find some position where your muscle's kind of gonna go. It's gonna sit. It's gonna wee. It's almost like you're like a drivable thing from any angle. You're very pause yourself. It's very vroom vroom. Okay, but you gotta see what I mean. Like flexing something else. Like if you push down right here, it's pretty much your back. You're flexing your back because you have to flex your back, but you're flexing your abs and shit. Hold on.
if you really focus on it, you can find, like I find, oh my God, you feel a lot of that wriggling and a lot of the cold streaking like lines, almost like of the muscle, or just veins and shit in general, or just muscles unlocking, or whatever, paralyzation. You find thousands. I've had years you do about a good 20 to 50 a day, 10 if you're not paying attention. But sometimes it's a big, like almost like a huge chunk of it. It's almost like right here, it's like it attaches muscle to the bone right here or some shit, and it touches all the way down, so you'll feel it all the way down. So yeah, you do that for a few years. The easiest thing to do is to flex your abs. But you got to remember, flexing your abs, having your head up, is flexing your head up. You could almost put your head down and it flexes your abs too. But don't force it. Just go kind of like this. For a lot of your people's abs, like your shit's like here. You also have to find the flex here, and the flex here flexes this side the most, so it'll start picking you up. It's easily said, easily read, easily there. You will have no problem if you can decently find the answer to what I am saying. It's not hard. A big realization for me was the fact that I would shrug my shoulders. Because when I was a kid, I was like, man, it feels so normal to do it. I was in elementary school. I guess I forgot the story. I'll skip to the other one. My face, I'll close my eyes and I'd open them. And I couldn't open them. So I'd close them and I'd do this. I do this. I pause. I had to almost like find the wrong muscles in order to push it open, or to open them. Yeah. Very important. Yeah, like you have no idea. As important as any other part of your body, except that's just how. I was like the second or third or fourth or fifth thing I had come to realize. Other than that, I had a lot of already natural ones, like my body posture was dead, so my back would just kind of do go like this. You know, if you stop it, you know, you find yourself almost not being able to do it. It's not like you can stop yourself. You have to realize it'll kind of do time. The thing that does scare me is if the veins do collapse, how do you move it next? Because I come to realize that just like my eyes, my arm probably does this in order to raise my eyes. And that's why I wake up in dreams more. It just casually just opens. That's what I'm assuming. Because if not, your eyes are closed. And a lot of people believe in the science of you look up and like they do something and you like pass out or some shit. I naturally believe in that science. I actually believe the reason they go about teaching you in high school was there's a lot of people who believe, nah, they do that on purpose to trick us or some shit, like to implement something. Well, that's anywhere in life, anywhere where you go, and anything that you come to expect, because expectancy is one of those sciences of psychology, and it kind of goes into the realm that it was administered into you. I forgot what it's called. It's like they puppet you. It's like they tell you to do this and subliminally send you messages. I'm a firm believer of that. Because the only proof I have, I've never really conducted these, but the only proof I have is people trust you. You know, these are things that are fundamentally in our nature. So these things aren't just small. Like there's a sense of it flies over my head that it would be you type shit. That's subliminally put by the things you say and stuff, but who knows? I'm a firm believer of many things, to be honest with you. I only study things that are important. Only things that are readily available and seen. Other than that, people will say, well, even though we have that problem, we still have financial problems. Your financial problem is a teamwork problem. Be poor until you're not. Be poor until you're given the chance to give something. I don't know. You know, we're only kept poor because people want to have riches. There's greed. So that people who are greedy say there are defenders. Maybe they truly are. I don't believe them. I don't trust it. There's just too much at stake. Naturally, people like me don't make it. Hey? History always rewritten. Wouldn't that be cool? And why do I believe hypnosis? There we go. Why do I believe hypnosis? Well, I've seen the category. I've seen what you would categorize. Look at the category. Whatever. I have seen what you would categorize as falling asleep but still being conscious. One or twice have I woken up immediately after falling asleep and consciously being there, and then go deeper, as in you know how like your body just deactivates on you when it happens. So I have seen that feeling, and I have seen the other feeling of, well, my body just constricts, but I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I mean, I'm not in a body. I mean, I'm not in a dream, but my body collapsed on me, and then I would not be able to move. I'd be like, fuck. You cannot lift shit in that moments. Or you could, I mean, whatever. But I'm assuming that is the position people are in when they're in comas or in ventilators. Try to help them. Yeah, that's years and years and new technology and research. That's billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars a year maybe. Do you think it'd be that simple? Man has a lot to ponder. Does he help? Does he give the information and say, "Oh, hasta la vista, boo. Hasta la vista, baby. I'm out." I'm not one to try to help you win power. I think power should be won with respect, not because you've nepo babied it, not because you're in, not because people trust you. There's a difference. Being trusted and people just trust you with it. I feel like it should be a governmental thing, like communism. It is like communism. We all put in money and it gets given back to where it's needed. It gets given back to where money is made. Because you tend not to buy things you would need because you fucking don't need them. Like healthy food. I mean, you don't need healthy food, even though it's one of those things you can survive. Yeah, but you got to realize we're evolutionary beings. Even though religion doesn't want to teach you that, we're evolutionary. You will pass on diabetes. And you will have to slowly build it out of yourself and your genes. That's crazy. I think that's fundamentally like the craziest idea that is so neutral and base and so just there. How do we forget these things? Like, you have to really realize, and I'm talking and my fucking, you hear that? That's because my muscle restricts. Because it's up here. Like if I were to drop it, it's kind of neutral. But since I'm doing this, because I have bad posture, a lot of my projection, I've been talking for hours too, so my shit's fucking goofed. So a lot of my posture gives way. I used to think that back in high school. Like the only reason my voice was high pitched was because of my posture and I couldn't push it. Because I knew music theory to that regard, because I could whistle in different ways. Many people can't, but many people could. But that's kind of my reasoning, even though it's kind of hard to dictate because you have to push from a certain angle. So I knew bass and I knew pitch. So I knew for a fact it was because of my posture. It still is, I'm assuming. Because as soon as you hit one muscle, the rest kind of goes like this, where the mentality of this one pushing forward flexes all the rest that have to kind of counter to once pushing forward, that's a push back. So it kind of straightens itself out. And that's a lot. Someone pulls down very hard, not very hard, I guess. Many. Why do we need paper? Why do we need white man's paperwork? That's so fucking real. That's real as fuck. Why do we need white man's paperwork? The funniest thing is you don't need paperwork. You need it to work. And the problem with that is you've not been able to without the necessity of tools and certain things that judge like, oh no, let me just stab your teeth and hopefully I fix them. Of course you can fuck up and pop some shit and kill somebody. That's why you need white man's paperwork. But if you think about holistics, you don't need white man's paperwork. It's not regarded as truthful because a lot of people, it's obvious that diabetes is passed down and it grew into somebody because it grew into the next, because your muscles expand, because they're weak. or not because they expand. You have to realize I just bullshitted right there, to be honest with you. But you have to realize that instead of muscle, you're creating a layer of fat instead, or something was supposed to be there, and the amount of fat you have is probably the amount of muscle that would have been skinny as hell, but thin. You would have had a thin, good layer of muscle all around your body, but it became fat instead. I'm a firm believer, and that's genealogy. That you just eat a lot. Fair enough. Let it be the case, because I'm a firm believer, and since I have now personally dictated to myself that I am correct and others are wrong, that my say has more meaning. And that's all they fear. That's all they fear. Losing opinion. Am I right? I'm right. I'm right. Until you prove it wrong, right? That's not how it works. Or it doesn't work the other way just because you want it to either. A lot of people get that wrong. A lot of people get that wrong. It's not right just because you say it is. Or some shit. I forget the actual quote to it, but the mentality of it is it's not just right. Whatever. I know I'm right. I know I'm theoretically right. I know I'm right in a truer sense, but there's no such thing as truth in this regard. It's just the truth is, oh yeah, you can't heal your body, but once it's healed, I guess, what did I really teach? The future will forget, especially if it's not them naming it, right? It'll just be, oh yeah, nah, we've always known this. Nah, I think it's bigger than that. I think a lot of other people knew it, so I rediscovered it. There we go. But since I am correct, it says nobody's proven me wrong. Come prove me wrong and take my vote away. I'm not voting. I'm probably not gonna vote for the rest of my days. Probably never gonna vote. But that just goes upon showing something. We should wait to vote. Or we should outweigh the vote by not voting. But it'll just be seen as something. Yeah. Or you could show them you gave up. Voting, it shouldn't be naturally. You shouldn't vote for a policy. I feel like you should always vote for people. Because think about it. If this person's popular, you want him on your team. And since he's already going for that, you have to almost acclimate him into your own team. But I think the problem with that is that he'll get assassinated. Because this is worldwide, and if he's not saying truthful things that the world can agree on, but if the world agrees on, then the great families are not going to agree on, because eventually you get people getting mad, or you get people being complacent, you get people being your ally, or some shit, right? Because they have to be able to use your voice, because if your voice somehow dictates that you don't think Russia's wrong, okay, freedom is a crazy thing, but imagine communists having bases all around the world. They have to work slowly and almost so indicatively to what is honest that if I worked to have allies, it would take me a fuck ton of time. You get what I'm saying? But that makes no sense, because I think I butchered it. I think I butchered it because there's lining, there's things that line up, right? And it's the if communism did that. Nah, there's some unlevel-headed shit. But freedom does it, and then it's not unlevel-headed because the message we say. But every time a guy dies, but they die over there in Russia. So no one really gives that guy the respect of people being able to win power, because they usually get flushed out. So I'm not going to give him respect there either. You know what I mean? Great families everywhere, eh? Have to have the power. This is why I don't really acknowledge people. Can't really give people credit because they're always swimming around the wrong, and they never said anything. But whatever. I'm gonna assume the only type of if communism truly works, then they shouldn't collapse. If the economy of like free places work, then they're gonna flutter, or they might collapse. Because what I'm tackling is something huge. It's not. I'm talking about many diseases fixed chronically, just every so weekend, to somebody every so other year gets sick or some shit, wants to buy something to soothe themselves. I'm talking about something big, something money financially. if you're truly communist, then you could just put your resources somewhere else, as it would not matter. If it does heal and does work, then you will have even a burden of things. Yet you'll still have to be constricted to how much power you have over people's bodies. So I did humans a favor by saying it. Other than that, somebody have already discovered it. I'll suck a fucking lard of fat or some shit. I don't know. Other than that, shit, I don't know. Because if you truly have a country you could run that takes no accountability to votes, because quote unquote people have already voted, because he's President Putin. Oh yeah, these are familiarly passed down certificates and PhDs and power. So which one's the same? Is it not the same? Did I not just say the same thing? But that's communism over there. We all know it. The fuck? Vote my ass, you know? Even if it is, right? Do the people even know enough to want to fight? Because they never had proof that mental illness will be better in their... You fix your body, you fix a lot. Because a lot of the facial things that trigger you is a lot of the battle that you have mentally. If you could just say something mentally and forget about it. And the internet, it feels like when you say something stupid, it feels like the next slide you have is somebody fucking saying like, no way you just said that without saying, no way you just said that without saying you're sorry. No, without saying you're sorry. But I actually don't know. It could be the case. It could be the case. Lots of ums and lots of don't knows and lots of family and lots of... So shouldn't we all gather around if you're my last name? No, I'm trying to protect myself. You know what I'm saying? It's foul. Because it comes to those kind of days though. Because if I say, you know what's funny? Wanting to do it out loud or wanting not to do it out loud, it's still the same mentality that you're gonna have no matter what, because you're supposed to try to make your family rich. But if I made my family rich, right, doesn't that alert to the richer people that we don't know them, we don't trust them? Well, we gotta find somebody we do trust over there. Fast. Make sure you touch kids. Like, bro, come on. Are you fucking insane? Like, I'm sure you'll find some fucking dickhead up there touching kids who has my last name. There's thousands of us, bro. What the fuck? Men, women, children. I'm sure there's a few of them who are crazy. It's fucked up. I feel like as soon as somebody becomes famous, the first thing these rich people do is research you and your family, find things, fucking poison you. It's like, if I search your family too, you piece of shit, I just don't know who the fuck you are. We would find shit about you. And we forgive it because it's America. And we're all Christians over here, eh? I'm not a Christian, I'm just saying. But like a lot of the modernity and the reason we're like this. Coward, eh? I was the first to speak. Remember that. In a way, in direction that's not really cordial to what people were trying to... They were trying to assume. But I've come with proof. It's a different day. It's a different day. I hate having power. Always realized I was in middle school trying to not think things because I feel like people would try to want to know what I'm thinking. I feel like it's one of those things. Am I crazy? No. I think I'm crazy. I feel like people could read you. Not to the words, but sometimes it feels like that. Scrolling on the internet, I'm like, damn. Because the problem I have, it's different than what somebody else was expecting me to say. Oh, it fucks with me. No, I use that, and I see that if I think something and there's a coincidence where it feels like I say something, like let's say I think something controversial, and the next person is saying, like they're mad and they're staring at the camera. I use that and I kind of think of it like this. I have a string, or like this. It's a tree map. So you have one branch, you have two branches, you have like 50 other branches after a while. That when you know, I think naturally they take our teeth and our muscles kind of go with it. I never even had wisdom teeth pain. I think it's one of those fucked up things because I don't think they know what they're doing. I think it's one of those things that they should have just led up to God or some shit, or whatever the fuck these people want to believe in order to win your fucking province. I think naturally, fundamentally, taking your teeth, stupid idea. Fixing them probably with braces could be stupid, but you have to realize that a lot of the muscles are the ones that are like fucking not straight, like torqued and shit, like fucking, you know, west sided out and doing gang signs and shit. A lot of the muscles do that, and they're fucking up the braces. You're fucking up the way your teeth sit. Why? Some muscles pulling, you know what I mean? If you could drag your eyes slowly. Oh. Damn, I keep going. Yeah, but when you fix your posture, they kind of glide better. Or you get a day where you kind of glide it better. Even though it's going, there's still like a pacing to it. I've come to realize one solution might fix all. I'm now at the forefront of cancer. Not all of them. I am now at the forefront of many science. Because of one thing. I think that's beautiful. I think do not trust anybody else just because they have my last name. Just because they say the same thing doesn't mean they know. You're better off telling if they're funny and no, trust me. You'll be better off finding out whether or not they make sense through their humor. Because think about it. You shouldn't give people a PhD for something as simple as a discovery that I made, because it undoes a lot. A lot. There's many PhDs I've melted my way into. I swear to God. Like, no bullshit. But, yeah, I've melted my way through a lot of them. Like, my name would have to be attached to that one. It's wrong because you haven't republished it with my name. But, I don't know. Why do we need white man paperwork? That's fundamental, bro, I swear. You don't, because something that I have discovered is not necessarily based on anything you need surgery for, or you need a certain standard. It's standardless. It's more like you don't even need to teach it in school. Like, I know people are going to want to have it involved in school. The only involvement you can have is the history of it, and somebody who popularized that can never claim I discovered it, because I do not feel like something as simple as putting your head down instead of lifting it up while you play for hours on end is the one thing that fixes you. Seems simple. You know, maybe it's not that, because I believe it's any position you find yourself, because eventually there's a certain correctness to how to, if you're assuming, for example, my legs kind of lift themselves. So if I lift themselves, I fall down. But back then I could just lift them, and since my back would just curve like this, like it would undo like I'm lifting it, none of it's touching the floor. Versus if I lift it, I kind of fucking do crunches and shit. So yeah, PE teachers were wrong. All the PE teachers were wrong. How were you a PE teacher if you studied, bitch? Get it? You know what I mean? Does that not make sense to anybody? I feel like I'm just fucked, honestly. I sit with too many PhDs at this point. I could logically give you, I'm part white. Paperwork. I could give you paperwork. I am part white. I forget how much. I don't think my grandpa was white. My grandma wasn't, but I think she might have been mixed. My grandma from my dad's side was white, Spanish, and his dad was almost whatever color, but he came out brown. I think he was brown too. I might be 50-50 to be honest with you. Oh fuck. To be honest with you. And I'm saying, so I could give people paperwork logically. I could give them paperwork before there's paperwork of me getting paperwork. And naturally that goes with fame. It doesn't, if I give it to you after, then And then people just ask me for it. You could assume if I gave it to them beforehand, I guess you could still say they asked for it. There's a lot of people, I wouldn't work. You know what? I want to work my own family. The last name, sadly. Why? Because if I only give them credit, and I'm a credible dude, I was the only one right after a few who lied, let's say. Maybe they didn't lie, just they didn't want to make it popularized. Whatever. I could still give my own family that type of teaching. Keep it in the family type shit. Pause. Fuck you guys. Nah. But listen. What's it called? Yeah, I guess I could keep it in the family. It really doesn't matter. But you know, is that really the best way? Because you don't know anybody in your own family type shit. You'd be better off guessing with a stranger as much as guessing with anybody you don't know. I didn't grow up with nobody. I didn't really go to barbecues that much. I got invited here and there. But, yeah. Why wouldn't I give it to the family, eh? Think about it. That type of power and my type of teaching, I'm pretty powerful. I'm a pretty powerful speaker, but I don't necessarily have an idea that I want to express further. You know, I don't want to take this politically. I just wanted to be one of those things that, hey, they always say science, what you learn something new in science, it spreads. And that's just how science works. But that means fundamentally you were wrong. But that was more like math. I was more math than it was, you know, you know what I mean? Yeah, we took trillions of dollars. Math don't necessarily do that, but it do with every new invention. But that comes with a new invention and people who want to buy it and what's allowed to be given. Versus if I work with my own family, we'll be the only ones who are correct and that I had vouched for. If I am a vouchable teacher, if I'm the only vouchable person, and now white people have to kind of kiss my ass, then I'm getting assassinated, for sure. If I'm not giving you credit, and I'm the only one who can give you credit, I'm getting assassinated, you know? But since they're white people, they're just going to look at whoever did it but didn't give credit and really rehash it themselves. Who cares about the person who popularized it if it's not his? First off, he didn't discover it. It's a discovery. That means a lot more. But I've discovered lots of things after that. It's the problem. Lots of things. Things you would naturally not say, honestly. Why? Ooh. You want me to be honest? Or you want me to be fucking truthful? Because I could probably not be both. Because some shit about that is just, it takes layers and layers and layers and layers. And there's a lot. It takes every piece of psychology you knew is shifted a little bit because of me. Because of how if you react something like this twitch is like, trust me, when you raise this, it feels like you want to raise it. Try not to and you'll still feel the want of it. And that's it for lots of things. That's why I mean the licking thing and the expectancy thing. Where someone expects, for example, right? Like white men beat like their girl or some shit. It's like, they expect them to, it's like they're gaining confidence or something. And I can almost sense it fucking spiritually in them. That they want to treat them bad in order to keep them like that. I think that's a real science. I think it's fundamentally a real science. I'm mad that women don't have a women place of like, you know, a bunch of women. Like, I understand it'd be one of those things, like it'd be like Horrorville or some shit, but honestly, I see women don't even have the precursor to catch somebody who wants to leave. Go in a homeless shelter then. That's basically what women are fucking saying nowadays. Why do I have to take care of her? What about the men? I don't give a fuck. Honestly, the men, dude, probably is wanted by some fucking crime organization. Right? You're not going to save him. Don't even try. Listen, what you can save is somebody with an abusive blah, blah, blah. They went missing, this. Leave a note or get online, give them a phone call in front of others and say, hey, I left your life. That's it. Fuck it. I do believe women should have like a whole big fucking, maybe not that big. I was going to say 10,000. That's way too big for one place, to be honest. More like a 500 ass building, like And I don't know. Maybe they share restrooms instead of having the private ones or some shit, in order to save more space for more people to be able to go in there. Have like a 10 by 10 room, because what about, but they would keep, oh my God, if they're manipulative, trust me, baby, trust me, cool people don't understand how power works, because they're not willing to overdo it. You get what I'm saying? It's usually people who can even muster in power that are kind of like cunt, like not cool, but like they're fucking assholes. You get what I'm saying? Like, to manage a place where there's gonna be mentally ill women, where there's gonna be women who fucking lie, who fucking steal, probably cheat, you're gonna have to have like a certain judge, you know, hey, leave it at that. Like, just say sorry and keep it, doesn't even matter. And like, you have to almost put them in their place, because it's kind of like, that's such a stupid reason, and you're causing such a havoc over here. Like, I don't know. They should have a bunch of places that have like 100 people who are just women who can be safe there if they don't have another place, like prostitutes. But prostitutes, you're really going into organized crime again. But I guess if you could fight it, go for it. But I'm saying more to keep them safe. What the fuck? You know, a lot of people are ready to leave right now, but there's no readily place that they know is available to take them in. Ruby Rose, fuck it. But that's something else. That's something very, very much else. That's some creepy shit, to be honest. That's on some can't wake up in a dream because I'm paralyzed. But worse, because somebody did it to you. Yeah, I don't know. Can't. Should I give it to my last name? Or should I just give it to anybody who I deem truthful? Because if I give it to my last name, there's obviously going to be people I don't fucking trust. And if I give it to my last name, there's obviously... Look, I'm not religious, right? I'm not going to give it to my religion because I want my religion to have power. What? Oh, I don't want religion to have power. No, I didn't mean like that. I meant it more. Because a thing like this, you're not necessarily going to have power other than saying, ha, but we popularized it. Ha, but we discovered it. Ha, but we hashed it out. We gave it to people. I think that's what religion and families do and shit. Like, whatever the fuck, rich people, I guess. I don't know. People who have PhDs, people who have this, people who have that. And if I'm fundamentally right, which I know, I don't even know why I'm repeating this. Then I have shot the first shot. I have shot Frank Ferdinand without meaning to. Eh? Without meaning to, I have shot the man. He's dead. What do I do? Now what do I do? Power is crazy. None of my family is ever going to own a fucking thing that watches us from the sky. There's so many other sciences, bro. You will all come to read it unless you see it not there anymore. Fundamentally, a lot of people will see it as they heal. So it'll be something they're forced with, and that mentality will forever swim until it rips away from them. So it'll be weird. It'll be weird when humans no longer realize where we came from and who had that power and the audacity to lie. I think it's one of those things that fundamentally I gave brown people a real good edge, a real good fight, at least for their own body and their own health. I think it's still fundamentally is a good thing, you know. Outside of winning money, it's not like we were gonna win the majority of that money. You know what I mean? We were not gonna win the majority of that money. It'd probably be white people. So, I don't know. White people, I must have my power. I think it's fucked up. I think it's fucked up how they play. I think it's fucked up how you can never say anything against that because it's deemed as, well, we are the great families and we did construct this, even though we forced you people to construct it by wage. And then we slowly started ripping it away from you. And we slowly just added in whoever was rich into America. We lost the value of America because now only rich people who I know, who you never trusted, have the power. And I think that's fundamentally flawed. Actually, that's like saying, I'm going to give it to my last name. Fuck them. It's just study yourself. It's not hard. It's not even you could win much power off it. It's like a one, and you nut it. It's gone. It levels out. It leveled out. What can I say? You know, there's a lot of things, bro. I'm telling you. The wee thing, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Bro, I don't lie. What are you talking about? If I joke and I say something and it's a lie, I hope people don't take me as a liar, but I don't lie. I don't like lying. It's not one of those things. I mean, I don't like and it is not one of those things. It's not a lie. It's like necessarily it's the truth. You'll walk better. You'll feel better. You'll breathe better. At least with more consistency and potency. Like, I'm not sure if you know what I mean? Like, more oxygen. Like, I don't think it. I would assume that if it revives itself after being paralyzed, that it does absorb more oxygen. So maybe people who have iron deficiency, maybe it's not iron deficiency. Maybe it is an iron deficiency, but maybe it is because they say iron holds oxygen. Is that even truthful? At this point, I have accepted anything. And I've come to realize I don't trust none of you. But it could be, iron could be the main swimmer arounder of oxygen. But then I come again and say something as simple as fixing your body posture and fixing all these little problems that I am claiming that can be fixed. I'm not claiming cancer, but I'm saying I'm still at the forefront of it because it's something so new. We'll come to find out maybe people don't get it as much or not. You know, maybe it is a cell to cell thing, whatever. But since I have progressed everything, I have pushed it to a degree where we can only look at certain things. If I'm correct, you will no longer need to look at other things. Right? You'll filter down how many things you have to look at. How about that? Or what evidence of this and what evidence of that and what evidence of this, and it'll seem like you probably didn't even need proof to begin with. It'll seem proofless. It'll seem more, oh yeah, I sneezed, or oh yeah, a reflex to a reflex, or some other shit, or learned behaviors, or cold feet and smelly feet, or sick and mucus, and your neck is now posturally fucking standing up a bit better. It's still kind of weak, but you know, I could kind of catch myself a bit easier, like closing my eyes and opening them slowly. Not many people could do that. As dumb as that sounds, not many people could close their eyes slowly and open them slowly, and with the correct muscles. I don't think I kind of do, but if you open them, you can kind of see that the right muscles almost feel right here, but I just can't. But if you let go, you kind of can. But I don't know which muscles is that, to be honest. Because you need proof of that, you know? But if I'm correct, I'm correct. If I'm correct, I'm correct. So yeah, I wanted to make money doing relationship advice or friendship advice, but just as good as any. Just as good as any. I should clip it, but I feel like the sincerity of the conversation leads to a lot more progress. Because there's a lot of things I do say which are all considered not factual because, you know, I raise my shoulder. There's no fact between knowing that, oh, it still stays even though I don't raise it. Then why don't I raise it ahead of time when any time I could be curious or some stupid shit someone might say, fuck, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, and why we need white man paperwork. I mean, that's so true. But a lot of things aren't like this. This one seems more, it's like you can never hold power with it. Meaning a lot of people should lose their power. We should see it. Right? Nah, if you're money, you're rich, I don't think you lose power. But I do think the family that sustains you as being the potency to many discoveries gets fucking pulled. That's it. You'll lose a lot. You'll lose a lot, but you'll rediscover how to gain it. Because if you can't draw blood from my vein without killing it, without, you know, potentially killing it, without guarantee of it being just normal, then you're gonna have to invent a new needle. You're gonna have to invent a different way to suction on blood in order to test it, because shit like that is important. So they have the fundamental structure, even though they're incorrect. I think that's funny. I think that's funny. I think that's one of those things that you come to. Oh, and my mouth just went. Whatever the fuck. You come to realize. You come to realize that that is almost like. If you hold it, you'll flex a certain bit. There's a few things. The surrounding environment will create a pressure, and you'll kind of if you're going like, if you're breathing like this, it has that pace, and there's something that goes, there's like pressure in the environment. I'm stupid, but I almost feel it sometimes when the wind comes across the house, that you can still feel the push of it, almost as in electrons rather than the air. But I'm inside the house, you know. I'm not saying that's pressure, and if pressure does work like that, that's a fundamental thing. Because once you look at waves and they go kind of like this, and you know they crisscross, you could almost assume that the pressure, when it first enters the room, it goes like this, and it pushes you, it makes you feel pushback, and there's kind of like, for example, right? My back is close to the wall, and there's a lot of empty space over here. This is open pressure. This is kind of, I don't know. One is either you have a lot of pressure in front of you, or you have a lot of pressure behind you, or vice versa. You have a lot of openness behind you and a lot of It's like pressure pushed. I don't even know how to explain that. But you have to see how waves work. You have to see why in a room where I'm claiming the wind still gives me like a little push, but it almost feels like not wind. It obviously feels like electrons, because electrons pass through your house. I mean, you could win with, just think about it. Is the rotation of it, of these big fucking turbines, are they giving us the power? I mean, it's the wind, right? Obviously, it's the wind and it's the rotation of it. But couldn't the house be a restriction and this be a push? So you're saying you have cold and hot. I mean, cold and hot, we know cold and hot creates a lot of fight. And so does pressure, you know. I'm not saying I know, but you put a rock in the river and it's almost above but submerged. Not submerged, it's something else. It's above, and it's kind of just leveled, it's submerged halfway or some shit. That the water goes constantly this, and it looks like this. And this rock right here, it just fights like that. You know? It just stays there until you touch it and it goes, you know, and it starts looking different. There's a constance, and there's a viscosity, and there's like a volume, and there's pressure, and there's fucking speed and velocity, and that creates the pattern of it. And it's just consistent, you know, voltage and shit. It seems small idea, but why couldn't your house be the stillness where you create a lot of heat? Interesting, you know what I mean? Because if you think about wind coming down and shit, that's like anywhere type shit. How would you go about making something rotate though? How about this? You have an open place, like a tube or some shit. You have one version of it blowing wind in and one still. So the middle part will probably get the hottest. But if it's cold air constantly, wouldn't it just get cold? You know what I'm thinking, bro? I'm thinking there's so many ways to, but then you need a fuck ton of layer of copper type shit, because it has to transmit, it's to flow. And if you use wood, you know, it'll degrade. If you use things that aren't like iron or some shit, it'll rip off, or it'll get overheated and it'll just turn black or turn into atoms that pollute. So anyway, I'm about to hit 4 hours. Did I post this? Where I posted? What I make famous? Did I say too much and then it kill me? I think these are fundamentals. I think I'm fucked. I'm thinking they're gonna take it off. Like, I can't really post this on PG-13 shit because I said some shit like cum or some shit like dick or some shit. Or I said some shit that doesn't seem patriotic. Or I said a lot of what I believe. I don't know. These are simple as daytime, really. I mean, I'm a person who studies things that I can, you know, if I think something's funny, I think there's a sense of study in there that's already been made in a decision. I don't go off saying shit like, I go off saying, nah, I don't think that's normal, because, you know, it's not normal throughout history. but it is. There's always been tribes that've been doing shit like this. Okay. If you say so. Lots of things that are normal, but I ain't gonna say them because we've changed as a society. Okay, well, I think fundamentally, I didn't write because there's way too much to write, to be honest. And I just think about it. I'm talking about weight loss. I'm talking about smell. I'm talking about proper blood circulation. I'm talking about heating up the body. I'm talking about why cold streaks, hot and cold, or maybe I'm wrong, and why dreams. I'm talking about breathing. That's a big one. What the fuck? All these are big. These are, somebody specializes in them, and they all missed it. Because they weren't paying attention. Some asshole did get it right, and he probably got fucking killed. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen myself on live streams. I've seen myself with Kaisa Nat on a live stream. It's just so weird. In a dream. So weird. And that made me not trust them. Yeah, that made me not trust them. Because I was like, whoa, they tried pranking me in a way where I couldn't tell what this was. I think it was either a little kid, a dog, but it looked like a sticker. In a dream, it looked like a sticker walking towards me. I was like, what the fuck? But I weirdly knew. I ducked down and I either pet its head or I said, well, hey, I said, what's up? So I really never got to say if it was a dog or not. Because I was like, you know what? I'm just going to leave. And what am I doing here? Like, I don't even know you guys. Like, I just spawned in. I grew consciously in my dream. I just dipped out. I was like, what the fuck? I met Kaisana and his whole little fucking posse. I didn't fuck with them. So I just dipped. Well, it's because not like I knew I fucked with them even. I was only conscious in there for like 10, 15, 20 seconds, 25, 30 seconds. So I just left. I left. Why? Like, I'm like, oh my God, I'm here. Finally, I didn't give a fuck. So I just dipped out. Not some hate shit. I found it so weird because they tried. And then you could almost hear them. Something like what you explain as schizophrenic, because I was walking outside and like, oh, dude, I'm like, what the fuck? They're talking about me leaving. And the sticker thing, because I'm so unsure what that is. It's like I had a font and I could not realize if it was a kid or a dog or if I was gonna pet a kid. Why would you pet a kid? And then you never know if I go like, if it's elongated because I think it's a dog, but it was a sticker. Does that make sense? I'm as dumb as a peach because it's kind of like, it'd be kind of looking like this, like it blocked my face. You know what I'm saying? It's just walking towards me. Not sideways, it's just gliding, I guess. What do I do? Like, I guess I pet it because I think I understood it was a dog. I mean, wow. Like, fundamentally, one wrong move, you're going to look sus forever. Because I do not know if... It was just tiny. It was just short. So I just got on one knee and I said, what's up to it? I feel like in the dream, I had realized what it was, but my conscious self could not see. You know how, like, I believe consciously I went there, I went there, I walked with them, I either spoke with them or I didn't type shit. Because I didn't just spawn. I know that for a fact because I have seen dreams. Well, I don't know for a fact. I've seen dreams where I woke up, I collapse, I wake up in real life, go back to sleep. I'm in the same dream, same location, different place. I walked it. So consciously, I think that's fundamental. I think all of us go through that. And I feel like a lot of what evil people are trying to hide from us is the dream world. I believe it's there's evil out here and there's evil in there. Like, evil in there is like so fucked up because it's like so many of us are probably getting like fucking raped or some shit. I bullshit you not, bro. I'm not gonna kid. I swear I've had a dream where I'm right here and I'm over here after I wake up and there's a bit of time intermission. And I believe that place is controlled by people as well. I believe that as well. I think it's a noble death, to be right. At least. When I post this, it's too late. They already know what I know. Fuck it. Gotta say. I think they knew before I said it. And almost in like, almost mimicky schizo shit. I don't know, man. Do I believe it? I don't know. Because how come I haven't seen it? A lot of mine is science. You would have took it. I would have seen it. Be famous. Where's the study of it? So no, I don't know. I actually do believe in things like that, to be honest. I don't believe it's just schizophrenia. I think people just fuck with us or fuck with whoever they want to. Nowadays, I mean, sheesh, probably easier, to be honest. Yeah. I think it's a network with that. But since my time is off, I'm gonna get going. Fuck all y'all. Wee.